All right. We're back.
Let's go.
What up, Drew? We got a poll up real quick, guys. How deep will this cut be? Let's poll up.
Yeah, I fell asleep in the Solana position last night, and I'm like, okay, not bad.
Yeah, of all things to fall asleep and decent. We're just sitting at all-time highs. Like, we're literally just sitting at brand new all-time highs before FOMC meeting.
It's kind of scary though, man.
Yeah, it's scary. Everything about today is scary, yo. The election was cool and all, but this is the day.
Yeah, Bitcoin keeps on making these higher highs too. Where's it at? 76,580 right now.
Craziness. We're halfway through playing out this bull flag, but the structure that we're putting in is bearish. I have to be completely honest with y'all. Bearish channel.
Yeah, your mic is really low.
Yeah, you're super low.
Sorry.
Turn you up on my side.
I'll fix it. Don't worry. My bad.
What time frame are you on there on your chart, Dbloc?
30-minute.
Mm-hmm.
So let's highlight this area here. Just to keep an eye on it. No idea how impressive it is to me that we held this.
You know what else I'm looking at, man? I'm zooming out on the daily and the weekly, and I'm looking at potential playoff of a giant cup and handle, basically. So the beginning of the cup is our November, peak of 69,000, November 2021. And we make a cup. And even though we came up a little bit higher on the cup, it looks cup and handle-ish. If you zoom out on a daily or
Yeah,
kind of
people
a
are looking
weekly.
at that. People are looking at that big one. What I don't like about that cup and handle is when we went into the cup, we had that big double top. So I don't think that uptrend from the bottom of the double top is big enough to qualify it as it, because the cup and handle has to come from that big uptrend into the cup, into the handle. The good thing is it doesn't really matter if it's a cup and handle or not, because the handle on it is a big bull flag. You get what I mean? And the bull flag would be the same measured move as the cup.
I see. Yeah. Okay, I could see that.
So it's more like it's like a technical argument, really, but the measured move is close to the same.
Well, also when I zoom out, so now that you mentioned it, I see what you're saying, because you get that first pump, then you go into the cup. So because if we had that on the monthly, that actually looks like an inverse head and shoulders, basically on this slight slant right now. We're on like a 30-degree slant on an inverse head and shoulder then.
Yeah, we would have gone. I think if we would have gone deeper on this correction, a lot more people would be screaming about that inverse head and shoulders. Yeah.
But of course, I'm boss right now. I'm in position. You know me.
Up.
What's up, guys?
What's
then I
going
click
on,
the
man?
button, and then I start fudding.
Oh, I feel positive, man. I feel good about crypto.
Yeah. Yeah. Today,
I
this
went
week.
out this morning, the front door, and I could just smell in the air that Gary Kim Jong Gensler's freaking ass is gonna get fried now.
Yeah, he's probably been the most nervous out of everybody in the last couple of days. He's definitely making plans for the future at this
Buddy,
point.
that's one time I'm not gonna feel sorry for someone.
Nah.
He's cost me so much bloody money. He
Yep.
seriously has. I'm not even kidding.
Yep.
I
Tried
should sue
everything
that
he
guy for the
can.
money we lost.
Let
Yeah,
me tell you, Gary will go down in history as one of the most petty people on the planet.
seriously.
Everybody's seen his speech when he was a college professor talking about how nothing's a security and back in blockchain and all that. You know when he went negative?
When?
He filed for a job at Binance. He went to
Oh,
see.
I heard that. That's it.
Yeah,
And he didn't
went
get,
to
and
he
he
went
wanted
to
to.
a yep, he went to get a job in Binance. He wanted to be like, you know, in-house regulatory in-house regulatory advisor sort of thing, right? And they
Yep.
shunned him. And
I've
after
heard
that,
I always wondered, is
yeah,
that true? Yeah,
and
cool.
right after that, he just went super negative crypto.
Dang. So he's got a vendetta.
See?
and
Yep.
That's bad.
Yep, got to get him out
See,
of there.
that's what I was trying to say the other day when my mic was all messed up. I just gave up on trying to say it. So that's what happened. 'Cause I swore he was on our side in the beginning.
No,
Yeah.
they turned their back on old Gary, and Gary took it personal.
Am I the only one who thinks he looks like Mr. Burns?
No, he 1000% does.
Wow. So that's bad if you're in that position and you sort of hold a vendetta.
Against a whole
That just goes to
industry.
show what
Maybe it goes
character.
deeper. Maybe it goes deeper than that. Maybe Gary's the double agent, and China didn't want his tentacles seeping into Binance.
Oh
And,
no,
you know,
they
it
saw
was,
something about Gary they didn't like for sure. They didn't with the amount of influence that he has. The fact that they didn't hire them shows they definitely saw something they didn't like.
yeah, they knew he was probably you know, he was going to get put in there like a plant, like an agent, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And now look where
Well,
they
that
are.
would
Now
be-
they've
that would
got
be-
SEC in-house court mandated. But yeah, it's interesting.
Oh yeah, no, they already said they're going to go for him. I mean, Trump even said, and Elon also knows all about that.
Is that the guy who was screaming "shut the fucking door" when they did one meeting?
What's
Don't
that?
think so.
I don't know about that. What's that story?
I'm looking for a good live feed so we can.
There's actually one on Bloomberg Television.
Yeah, that's the one I usually go for.
Yeah, and they're gonna actually, I think in about 15 minutes now
For
or
now,
something.
gliding-
Less than 15. He's gonna start talking at 11 o'clock Pacific time.
Dude. Man, if this
1:30
Solana breaks,
1:30 Eastern time. Sorry.
if this Solana breaks right here, 197.75, 198, I think I'm going all in, and I'm going to add to my trade and go breakout because I'm a loco.
And we're not going to know for a while.
All right, let me see.
Yeah, my Shiba Inu has also given me some back lately. It's nice. Yeah, the panel is sitting there now talking, but they say 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, the live coverage has begun. So that's a while ago now, past, but at 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern time, 11 o'clock Pacific, they're going to start. What's your take on it, Dbloc? What is your 6 cents tell you?
0.5.
What you're going to hear?
I think they stick to the 0.5. I do think that a 0.25 will have a negative reaction. As dumb as it sounds, there will be a sell-off at 0.25. It'll get bought back up, but there'll be some reactionary shit if we get a quarter cut. But I'm sticking par for the course.
Money needs to be printed.
Yeah, I'm sticking par for the course. 0.5.
Okay.
I'm all in. Just got me a check too. Got me some dry powder. No more dry powder anymore. See ya, dry powder. I'm all in, baby. Let's go.
Hey, listen, not for nothing, but at this point, you should kind of be short on dry powder, guys. I know we've really like gassed up the idea of having tons of dry powder on the side and it being responsible. And you're getting to the point where it's irresponsible to have tons of dry powder on the side.
Yeah.
So this is my play. If everything goes right, I'm trying to DCA out today between 80 and 82 cents. 80 and 82,000, and then get in on the correction. This will be I'll be taking profits on my 49 buys at that point.
D, are you familiar with LLC?
With LLC,
Mm-hmm.
like
They're gonna be the biggest. We spoke about it. They're gonna be the biggest lithium mining in the world. They're busy
okay.
prepping the grounds now. I'm following it quite hard.
Yeah.
In
I thought you were
Nevada.
talking about like LLCs for tax purposes. Yeah, I got you.
No. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's gonna boom 2025.
Can you hear me, Dbloc?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, mate.
They're now talking to Bob Michelle, JP Morgan Asset Management.
I don't know. You got to be careful with those things like lithium because right now, if you follow the tech, right, they're trying to make sodium-ion batteries now. Hydrogen fuel cells are getting better. Even like zinc-ion batteries are getting a little bit better. So, lithium, it's probably safe
we wanna
for
be
like next few
cautious
years, but I
about it.
think maybe
Also,
within
it's
keep in
yeah,
mind that
it's a
4 or
safe
5
bet for
years.
5 years. Yeah,
But after
I
that,
agree
yeah,
with
after
you.
about 4 or 5 years, there's probably going to be some new tech.
Yeah, tech always moves. I think for now though, that's going to be the the new in thing as they call it.
All right, we'll leave that muted until we see Powell jump on the screen.
Going to hit another higher. Let's go.
Rockets.
Is Mog on Solana?
No, the original MOG is on ETH.
Yeah, ERC20.
Who's the biggest meme on Solana?
Probably Bonk.
Dog with hat and bonk. It's between those two.
Yeah, Dog with Hat, and then damn, Popcat came up out of nowhere. So Dog with Hat is the biggest meme on Solana, then Popcat, and then damn, what
Oh
else?
damn, Popcat jumped over bonk. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Cats, bro.
That is crazy.
Guys, remember a year and a half ago I told you the cat world this year. We're gonna see how this plays out.
Wait, is this list missing Bonk? I don't even see Bonk. What's Bonk's market cap right now? Because I don't even see Bonk in this list.
I don't know, but it should be on that list at least.
They're hating on this list. These guys are hating on Bonk. Let me see.
Bonk market cap is
Why is there such a hate on
1.5
Bonk?
billion.
Yeah, so that's got to be 1.5 billion. It's got to be number 2 on paper. What's Popcat's market cap? I don't think it's up.
No. Because the dog with hat is 2.4 billion.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It should be dog with hat and then Bonk.
Popcat is one. Yeah, Popcat's 1.5 right now.
Oh, so they're even then. Popcat and Bonk is pretty even at this point.
Yeah. And Popcat blew up.
Oh, Butthead says 1.68 billion for Bonk and 1.5 for Popcat. Yeah, I don't know why they shunned them off that list though.
Yeah, it's this Pond Coin exchange list.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They didn't grease the right palms, man. Somebody was supposed to write a check and they forgot.
Exactly.
Like, oh, we haven't received any Popcat. We haven't received any Bonk in our wallets. So you guys obviously don't want to be listed.
Bonk is like 60 million more than Popcat. Pop. Yeah, Popcat.
Yeah.
Why is there such a hate on Bonk?
I really don't know. I mean, for me, Bonk started all of this. If you've been having fun on blockchains with big meme coins, the meme coins that are actually backed by that blockchain, that you can tell are getting marketing budget from that blockchain, that are getting promoted by that blockchain, you've got to thank Bonk for that. Bonk started that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Solana
there's a lot of
proved
haters.
that getting behind that. So Solana proved that getting behind the meme coin can bootstrap their community and basically create loyalty. And then every other blockchain has tried it since then.
Mm.
Yeah, there's a lot of haters because they want that liquidity. That's a lot of money in there. So any FUD, is potential. Like people are like this FUD might help us shake a little bit of hands out of that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people hated it from the beginning because it crashed 99%.
Well, that's true also, yeah. And then it pumped really hard. I remember even on that other channel we used to be on that a lot of people were hating, and then all of a sudden it just popped out of nowhere. It was
This
Yeah.
FOMC meeting is in 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey guys, here's a little message for 2025. Yeah, there you go.
We didn't hear it because you have your noise cancellation on.
Oh no! Pump it up.
Is he talking?
You've got to pump it up.
Not yet.
5
Yeah, I
minutes
don't
to
know.
go.
Please don't play Pump It Up. That's a top signal. Please don't.
You like that forbidden riff in a guitar shop?
Exactly. No
Yeah,
stairway
about,
to heaven. No stairway to heaven here.
about 4 minutes.
No, play the Trump music.
What do you guys think? What's going to happen here? You think we're just going to have a bit of a pump and then it normalize again, or does signal something for us? What's the?
Well, I told you guys what you want to watch is the FOMC. You want to watch the minutes, and you want to watch the question and answer. The amount of points that we get cut isn't as important as the Fed needs to come on and say that they're concluding the reduction of the balance sheet. They're putting a cease to the reduction of the balance sheet. Then the next FOMC meeting is when we get that quantitative easing message that tells us that they're now increasing the size of the balance sheet, which means they're adding assets. So what I'll be waiting for today is to hear that they've concluded the reduction of the balance sheet, and that's the first signal we'll get that quantitative easing is around the corner.
Let's see.
All right, let me just set up a quick little watch here. We'll watch S&P.
I just exited the trade on Sol 2000% on a leverage with 200x.
Good job, brother.
Nice. Profit.
Just insane. I got in at, what was it? I got in at 172 and I stepped out at 191.
God damn, bro.
Yeah,
That was
it's
crazy.
insane.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Nice.
Lol.
I made like 1K profit, but it's insane.
Damn.
Insane. And
Yeah,
then
maybe.
these are the moments where I think, man, if I just up that margin.
No. 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups.
If I just up that margin,
If
I could have made 10K, 20K,
don't say that.
30K.
Another 10. That's 20 push-ups.
I heard 30.
Yeah, we gotta
I
stay
was
away
got-
from the woulda, coulda, shouldas here, yo. Every woulda,
Yeah.
coulda, shoulda is gonna cost you.
If
10
I was
push-ups.
got all in on 1 cent Bitcoin.
I'm just lucky with this 1K. I'm happy. I have enough. Already got my weekly goal. That's 1K per week. So
Nice.
it's in it. With one trade, I made my weekly goal.
Congrats, bro. And it's not lucky because you're the one that pressed the button to pull those profits.
Well, I kinda, yeah. That's taking profits is the hardest thing of this whole game, but
Yep.
it's
Yeah, that's very true.
I really have to stop with this fucking degen leverage, but it's because of these
Well,
YouTube traders, man.
degen leverage is okay if you know how to manage your risk. So the best way to manage your risk is now you put $950 to the side and you play with $50 and see how you can run that up again this week, you know?
Like
Yeah, of course.
Dbloc always says, I'm not mad at you with this trade.
No,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
Dbloc
I
was
remember. He's saying every time, I'm not mad.
Dbloc was talking about the psychological part of leverage trading. You know, at one point you're getting too used to these kind of profits, 1K, 2K, 1K, and at some point it's just if you're not doing your TAs right, you're gonna make mistakes like me before I joined this group with the Solana short. You understand? You're gonna make those kind of mistakes, and
Yeah.
then you're fucked with leverage trading. Then you're
So-
going to get fucked.
Here's the thing with like the difference between spot and leverage. If you don't have the means, then I understand some people need a kickstart with leverage. But let's say you have $5,000, $6,000 you can trade with right now. If you would have went on spot on like $5,000 on Solana back at $170, and you took profit around here, that's still pretty good. It's not going to be $1,000, but it's it's going to be like $500, $600 right there.
Something like that, yeah.
So that's the thing. As long as once you have that bread, it's in my opinion, non-financial advice. It's better to it feels crazy like, oh my god, I'm gonna go all in with $5,000. Well, you're going in a spot trade that you have time to breathe, you have time to think. More than likely, it's not gonna just liquidate your ass or anything like that. So you have a little bit more relaxation and time to really think about your trade. But I'm not saying go all in, but it's so much safer once you get that the momentum to stop doing the leverage trading, in my opinion.
What really helped me is making sure that your margin is as low as possible. So withdrawing money, withdrawing it and putting it in other things. Like now with this 1K, I'm gonna withdraw 60% of it, and I'm gonna put it towards my Solana wallet. I'm gonna buy grass and I'm gonna stake that grass because I know grass is gonna be worth maybe $5 or $6 or $7 in 1 year or something like that. You understand? So withdrawing money of your leverage account to keep that margin low and to keep that
Guys, the meeting is up, yeah?
to keep that addictive adrenaline kick low, to keep the kick low, because otherwise if you're gonna trade like crypto phase with 100k or 150k, you're gonna get so addicted to that amount of profits, and if it's gonna go wrong, it's gonna go wrong good, and you're going to lose 150k or 200k, just like crypto phase, man. Crypto phase, he's only showing the good side of his trades. Well, sometimes he tweets about his losses, and if you look at his losses, 200k, 250k, man, that guy is insane. And this just because he's not withdrawing, he's keeping the money on his leverage account.
And also the main thing is, keep your leverage low. On you can go high money, but keep your leverage low. That can help a lot because it gives you way more time to actually see what's going to happen. And at some point, it's got to go to where you started off. And then the minute it goes over, take the profit where you can, and then start over again. Don't just leave it there.
Or what I do mostly is I just enter with a low leverage. I enter the trade with a low leverage, and as soon as I'm good in that long or good in that short, I have like 50%. I'm adding leverage, so I'm upping the leverage.
All right, guys, we came in at 0.25. Hold on, the meeting's about to start here. Let's see what we can get.
Honestly, to me,
I've got it up
looking at
on
this,
YouTube if you guys want to
on the
listen in.
margins, just setting the stage to potentially be a little less dovish, and that is the tone that I really will be curious to hear in the press conference.
With us around the table, Bob Michael of JP Morgan, and a man who's seen it all before. The former
Interesting
Fed
story.
Vice
So my
Chair,
brother-in-law in
Rich
South
Fowler.
Africa
Rich,
had
let's start with you.
350
basis point
Bitcoin
rate cut.
when he just
You
started
lift
out.
the
He bought it for a few cents.
You lift the tariffs of
A few
Trump
years
in
later, he
volume
sold
one
it for
on the Federal
300 rand.
Reserve.
I remember
How
the
did you
rand is
handle it
17
then? How
to
much scenario analysis did you
$17
do
dollar.
ahead of time?
So he
How do you
sold
think
it
this
then.
chairman's
He
gonna
could have
handle
had
it
like
in the months to come?
27 27 million,
good work, and
almost $27 million now.
Comes out every 5
talks about that. And if you actually times that by 17, that would have been
inflation was running a little bit below
million
target. The
in
tariffs
South
that were
Africa.
put in place made the headlines,
but
they didn't really push up inflation very much. You know, the devil will be in the details, I think, both on trade policy and fiscal policy. And I don't think they need to make any big decisions at this meeting or the next meeting about how they'll strategize for 2025.
Are you good?
Vice Chairman, I want to go to the politics.
Say, what was the rate cut? Did they announce it?
Powell, so we're going to get it from you right now. Harry Truman, 1950.
I'm not sure yet.
0.25.
William McChesney Martin saved the day. I quote President Truman, I hope the board will not allow the bottom to drop out from under securities. If that happens, that is exactly what Mr. Stalin wants. We've had this pressure before, and you and your brethren are going to get the pressure this time from President-elect Trump. How does the Fed deal with it?
I think they deal with it, Tom, the way that they did the last time is just stick your, keep your focus on the goals of policy, price stability, maximum employment, and do what you think can best achieve those goals. You know, as you point out, opinions on the Fed, including from presidents, are not unheard of, and we could see more of that. But I think the Powell Fed will just keep doing what they're doing.
How much is the market, though, speaking louder than any policy that's going to come down the pike? The fact that we've seen this massive rally in stocks and a sell-off in bonds that hasn't really hit risk assets. How much does that have to really cause the Fed to pause and even reconsider whether to cut rates again in December?
Good point. You know, I do think financial conditions are obviously an input to policy, but I would hope the Fed does not convey the impression that they're too sensitive to financial conditions, because they can rise and fall for a number of reasons. My own sense of what we're seeing this week is some of it is not so much more stimulus down the road as more certainty that the existing 2017 tax bill is going to be extended, right? So it's the absence of a tax hike as opposed to
Solana don't care about no FOMC. Let's go, baby.
I do think the deregulation piece of this is also important. So we've certainly seen a level set. I wouldn't necessarily extrapolate this from here. We'll just have to see how this plays out.
Either way, what we've heard is just the deficit is likely to expand. One of the main stories, and consistency
all the time until it doesn't copy all the time.
Does the Fed deal with that at all by signaling what they plan to do with their balance sheet? There's some speculation that they could potentially monetize the debt to keep even keel economic conditions.
Bitcoin will dump.
Well, certainly there would be that pressure, but I have high confidence that they would resist that. Look, the Fed is judged primarily on whether or not it achieves the inflation
doesn't seem to be going down.
Inflation's getting to 2%. That's really the focus. I think monetizing the debt is
something come down to 59.
If done on a sustained basis is inconsistent with the inflation target. You do raise another point, though, which is a good one, Lisa, which is the fact that they are doing QT right now. You know, during my time there, the Fed stopped QT about the time that it cut rates in 2019. So the Powell Fed's continuing to shrink the balance sheet. They've given some indication.
I'm so used to Solana also pumping.
Solana is pumping. I mean,
it did pump, but it did not make new highs like BTC.
Well, not saying BTC is the only one that made a new high, really, right?
Yeah, BTC is the only one making new highs. So it's not the same. Last time BTC went for that all-time high, it took Solana with him to the 220.
So a lot of tokens with it, yeah.
But what I like, if you think back, like I remember back when I was trading in like 2017, 2018. There were so few coins, Bitcoin would be pumping, and then most of them would dump when Bitcoin dumps. But there's always going to be one, whether it was a main one or one with a little bit lower market cap, that would get some of that dump, So I'm still betting, this is my bet, that Bitcoin is still going to be able to reach that 88, 89K area. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of liquidity going into Solana and Ethereum from there too, instead of just leaving the market into stable coins. So that's what my bet's on.
It's recovering now, just like as you can see on the stream. It's recovering now. So I hope we see 80K as soon as possible. Just 4K left, man. Come on, 80K. I just want to hit 80K. I'm happy.
Told y'all this 0.25 is going to have a temporary sell-off and it's going to get eaten up. We've just got to wait for the minutes to come out. At 3 o'clock, he'll jump on stage. He'll do he'll do the question and answer dog and pony show.
What? Shit.
Yeah.
What we didn't want.
It's still great, bro. 0.25. You would have told me a year ago we're getting 0.25. I'd be like, please, when? Tell me.
Yeah, it's on the path towards something good.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock, WeTube is a question and answer. I've got it up on the side. As soon as he comes on stage, I'll put it back up.
But these FOMC meetings after the elections are the most volatile ones, right?
Yeah, this is the important one, man.
Yeah.
This is the big one. This is the one where we really get that nod from the Fed that they're about to start buying assets.
Since BTC is an ETF, that also includes BTC, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, sometime between 2:30 and 3, Mike. I've got it up. When he pops on stage, I'll put it up.
I unstaked some of my airdrop grass. Damn.
Yeah, you gotta wait 7 days to receive it.
Yeah, I have 1 day left. 1 day left.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw that grass was going for the 150, I decided to unstake a little bit because I staked so much of my airdrop. 50%. Almost like 250 grass, and then I add it. I keep adding it. How much do I got staked now? Oh,
250 grass, man. That's
yeah, that's what I just.
$300 a piece. $300 $3. That's not bad.
Bro, I have like what is it? 750 grass at this moment. Total staked.
So what's this grass you guys are talking about? Is this on ETH or on Sol?
Sol.
Solana.
The deep in.
Yeah. It's an amazing project.
This is one of the airdrops that the team was running for like a year.
I want the whole program since the beginning. I did the node as soon as possible when it came out. I've been like fully immersed with the community.
Be careful with communities.
Well, Grass is really an amazing community, to be honest.
There's no such thing as community here in crypto.
Yeah, I missed like a month of it, man. That was it. Shit.
No, if you really joined the seminars that Grass was having and all these meetings and all that, then you really know what Grass is standing for, and then you just believe so much in the project. You're so confident in it.
It'll probably be the top 2 or 3 deep in project, in my opinion.
Grass is so involved in the future of AI and automation and all these things, so it's gonna get big.
Yeah, I love my picks and shovel plays.
I see. Are they gonna have another round because they started over with the node and everything. They added a new round 2 now.
Let's take a look at gold, Mike.
Gold has been dumping.
See, I think right now, if everybody that was in Solana shitcoins, if they organize, and if you guys really want to make a community and everybody wants to get rich, all of the communities would try to join and say, fuck our community. Let's all just dump our shit and buy Solana right now. Let's do it. Let's make the giant Solana community. We convince every community to dump their shit.
Good luck, man. Degens love the degen.
I know. But imagine if someone was like strong enough to organize that and be like, actually convince people. It's like, guys, we have a date, and of course there's going to be people that are going to front run, and it's going to turn into like, you know, a free for all a little bit. But I still think
That's what you're talking about is actually happening right now. What did you have to?
It happened. I mean,
Yeah,
Solana,
check out.
Solana
Check
used
out,
to be a coin. It's
bro.
already at 200. Like,
What he's saying.
y'all
Tate is
gotta watch
doing.
out with this Solana going crazy.
But yeah, no, but you're right. It is happening. I agree, but I'm saying to an extent where people actually like they synchronize like to a mass scale. Like you
Yeah.
see like 1 million retweets of the tweet, you know, and like everyone's like you can tell people are ready to go and do it, you know, things like that. I think something like that is cooking. We just need a leader, someone to lead the fucking lead, and there could be a play that we can push like, and then this play would have to deal with like you know basically convincing people to go onto their native coin, not with everything, but say, you know, at this date, everybody's gonna, you know, shave off 10% of their shitcoin to put back into Solana or whatever, whether it's an ETH shitcoin. But I think like if somebody organizes something like that, that could be crazy. Richard
Yo,
Hurt did it.
yo, Dbloc, I have a question.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, he's in the, I believe he's in here in the chat right now.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Joram. He's here and he wants to know how, because I'm not really good at it, explaining that well. He wants to know how the 5-minute scalping strategy works.
Yeah, we'll go over that. We'll go over that. Let's just pay attention right now because things can get a little bit weird real fast.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
I'll definitely go over that.
No, great, I get it.
Yeah, these are moments you want to keep your finger on the trigger, even when you're thinking and talking.
Yeah, I'm just watching. I'm watching metals and I'm watching the yield. What we don't want to see is we don't want to see this yield popping. Right? We see this yield popping. We know bonds are going down.
Yeah, they're taking money out of Bitcoin and putting it there, right? That's what you mean.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. Yeah, let's just see what the reactions are here. Trying to get a close kind of eye on what Legacy is thinking. Crazy that we're holding though.
Let's go, baby. Rockets.
Nobody's selling their Bitcoin, bro.
No one's selling nothing, man. People are like they're desperate, man. They're like, I need to make some money.
Nobody went through everything that we just went through to be sitting at all-time highs now with a bag of Bitcoin that's sitting in a real big hurry to sell that shit right here.
Nobody wants to sell their damn Bitcoin.
The only thing I'm worried about is China. That's it.
China.
Well,
End
the
up with
thing is,
supply shock.
there's also more people trading from home, and the people that live with them are looking at them and just wanting to punch them in their face.
I have no problems with China, man. That QE that came in from China was clutch. That shit came in right around my birthday and sent us. So they're the homies for right now until they start banning shit again.
I got no beef, but I just know they could like anytime they want, like they got the power. Straight up, people fail to recognize that like if they wanted to rug Bitcoin, they could do it straight up. Like not rug like 100% rug, but dump it down to 20K. You know, even lower maybe.
So, yeah, bro. I believe that Solana is gonna pump very hard soon. Very, very hard.
Yeah, it just makes sense, man. It makes sense.
Yeah.
The way
If you think about what Tate is doing with Coin and Ethereum, I'm inside the real world. Trust me, it's gonna get insane.
Yeah, and there's a lot of new dApps coming out, and they're so fluid and so quick. I was playing with some of these, and it's just like, and a lot of like, there's a lot of new exchanges coming on, DeFi exchanges coming on Solana, and just you can just feel the vibes. Everybody's just kind of like, they realize, like even me too, like scalping coins. I just realized I'm like, holy shit, all my scalps, even if they're not good scalps, I'm still leaving with more money than scalping on Ethereum because all these gas fees they add up, you know. So it's just
if you're really in Solana these days, you're making dumb money, dumb easy money.
I think Solana's gonna pump, but I think Solana's gonna get a late pump. I think Solana's gonna pump with everything else. But the real pump from Solana is gonna be at the end of the meme cycle when everybody cashes out their Solana memes into Sol. Is when you're gonna get that last Sol pump.
Yeah. I believe that too. Otherwise, it would already hit that all-time high now. It would have gone up with BTC.
If you believe in memes, if you believe in memes being a strong sort of narrative, and you don't want to take the risk of getting in memes, Solana's a decent bet.
Yeah.
I've noticed cryptos don't like to hang out like numerically in the twos area. It's usually like in the fives, sevens, eights, and nines, and threes. But for some reason, like, it just seems like 200 just crypto, it's either going to go down to 1 or up to 3. Like, it's not going to hang out here even if Bitcoin hangs out in this range. I don't think it's going to want to hang out $200 area this much longer. So
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some coffee.
It's always the 200 and the 800. I've noticed the 800 is also always a difficult level.
yeah, it doesn't want to stay there too long. It's
Yeah.
not like you don't range in those levels too much. You range above 800 and like under, between 11 and 8. And then numerically up
It's never
until like
staying.
5.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But I am heavily invested into Daddycoin. I've been there since the beginning. It's I didn't buy a lot, but I have already made like 2K profit. And all I did was buy like 150 euros of Daddycoin in the beginning.
Which one are you talking about? The one with what's his name? Andrew Tate?
Yeah, with Andrew Tate, yeah. Now he's teaching us how to make AI bots automatic on Twitter and Instagram and all that shit. Bots that actually talk and comment and post and make videos and make shit.
Yeah, AI is getting so crazy. I love it.
Yeah, bro. He's basically teaching us how to set up AI babes and fucking just conquer the internet. Just take over the internet with AI babes. It's insane.
Yeah, you have to. I can tell, like, even with the good people, like, I can tell when it's a fake account. They're getting good though. But people can still really tell. It's like to
You
get
should-
the detail.
You should check Tate Terminal and Daddy Terminal and RNT Terminal on X, and then tell me if it's an AI account or someone with a big brain. It's insane. It's really insane what these AIs are tweeting about and what they're talking about. It's they have much more interesting content than most of the Twitter pages on the. It's really insane. And imagine if you are like an how do you call that? An affiliator, marketing affiliator. You can just make 10 accounts and generate all money through your referral links with those accounts. Just by
Yeah, if I was a good coder or software generator right now, I think the big money is going to be separation or differentiation software to be able to recognize a recognition software to know, or do these have algorithms of AI or is it human?
I don't want to shield the real world here, but in the real world they teach you how to make this without coding. You don't need coding anymore, man. We have ChatGPT, we have OpenAI.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying
need...
but people that really get into it, some people do it,
Yeah.
some people don't. I'm just saying the people like somebody that like me, I wouldn't want to get too involved into something like that, but I would see there's probably a lot of money in something like that was to decipher if something is AI or not, especially social.
Oh, yeah.
And it wouldn't be too hard to make a software to be like, okay, this has a red flag that it could be AI, and probably when you see these talking like when they're extra sophisticated, it could be humans with the help of AI, but I think you can differentiate when it's just AI.
They got it already. They got it already. Anybody that's listening right now that's in college right knows they have that already. You go ahead and turn in a text paper written by ChatGPT to your teacher right now and see what happens.
But then you also have programs that can hide that.
Yeah,
take it away again. It's really
honestly the best thing to do is just have ChatGPT do it and then put it in your own words. You've already got all the work, all the research is there. Don't be completely lazy. Rewrite the thing.
Interesting case in New York. 2 lawyers had to hand in for a case that they were working on, but they were young. They used AI on the case. The judge spotted it immediately because AI didn't realize there's still certain clauses that doesn't make sense. And all they should have done is just read through the whole thing, but they didn't read through all the pages. They were too lazy to even do that.
Laziness. Yeah.
So we caught them out. Yeah, we actually, because I was on a cybersecurity meeting and they were talking about this, how AI is not there yet to just take over certain jobs. So what happened is they got fired and they got barred and they're not lawyers anymore. That's how they started their career.
Yeah. AI
Being lazy.
hallucinates. Anybody that's really into AI will tell you about AI hallucinations, and they can't. They just haven't got their finger around that yet.
Yeah, yeah. The only correct AI that you're gonna get is if you build the database of that AI yourself and confirm the information that the AI is gonna give you. So that's why I'm really interested in the way how they make AIs on the way the real world is teaching you. That's not the most normal way how these cyber security schools are teaching you at this moment, because you're creating the database, you're providing the information to the AI that has to provide the AI to the other person.
Yeah, man.
So
I think it's so good though, man. I just used it.
yeah.
I downloaded a text conversation. It was like 5,000, paragraph long text conversation from like a 4-year conversation, and it was able to go through the conversation and find anything that was incriminating, anything that can help me in court. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, AI installed locally is way more powerful than ChatGPT or something like that. If you use Llama or something like that on Linux, it's way more powerful because you decide what the database is. So if you put like a database of historical moments of America until the 1800s or the 1700s from the internet, it's gonna give you all the correct information.
Yeah, but who knows if that information's correct, right?
Yeah, that's also a thing. Who says that the information on the internet is correct or in the old books? So that's another thing, another
But yeah,
discussion.
everything is very fluid, so there's nothing concrete even in the digital world.
No, that's another problem you're gonna walk against. But I think AI is gonna be a big part of our lives. It's gonna improve our lives, but also make our lives a bit difficult because people who are against AI or not use AI, they will fall behind. They will.
Yeah, no, I think I can safely say I already saved probably about 20 days of my life by using AI. It saved me that much time that like it gave me 20 more days extra of my life.
We've seen
So
it happen
far.
before, right? We've seen this technological shifts before, just in trading. Just go back to when people started trading digitally instead of on paper, and how many people hesitated to make that jump to computers, and how far behind they got left.
Yeah, I was reading about that lately. The people who designed trading on computers and shit, they destroyed the whole trading industry back then. What it was back then.
Yeah, if you listen to the old traders, they absolutely hate them. It was considered cheating. It was literally considered cheating.
Artists hate me too. I did a logo for a friend's company. It's a hot sauce company. And I beat this other company. It's like this huge company out that's all they do. It's like they got like a team of 20 people that do logos. I sent my boy this one logo that I did with AI. He ended up using that. And it took me like 5 minutes to make. And this company was probably working on 2 weeks to come up with a pitch for logos. So shit's crazy.
Yep. The only thing I will say is that an artist with their hands on ChatGPT creating logos is going to do better than a business owner with their hands on ChatGPT creating logos.
That's what I mean with people who are using AI, especially creative people who are using AI at this moment. They're gonna surpass everyone who's not using AI.
You will get replaced by the people by your customers if you don't use AI better than they can use it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just like coding, right? Like I can go on ChatGPT and have it code some stupid shit, but somebody that's been coding for 20 years can go on ChatGPT and really dial something in because they know the right questions to ask, they know the right prompts, they know what to look. You know what I mean? Like just different. There's an edge there.
Your mic's really low, man.
Time is it? Where's the old man at? 228.
Might be saying something good.
The first thing I'm looking for is the look on his face. Let's see if he's got a stressed face or if he's got like a relieved face. That'd be the first thing I'm watching for.
Bitcoin still hanging. Ethereum, Solana still chilling. I'll be right back.
Yep.
On that chat GPT topic, my brother uses it to make web pages.
You can use it for anything. Anything you can think about, you can use it. You can use it to replace yourself and let people. You can let AI talk to the people of your WhatsApp. You know, people who text you on WhatsApp. You can let AI take that over. Just give the AI a narrative to talk about, or just say, command AI like, "Yo, bro, I don't want to get bothered at this moment. Everybody who texts me, say I'm gonna text them later back." Or and if people keep talking about this in this conversation, AI is gonna keep them busy. It's insane. It's really insane. You can think making music, everything.
The
Even music
strongest,
videos.
the most powerful thing that AI offers, in my opinion, at least in my day-to-day life, is comparing and contrasting.
In contrasting.
Yeah. Giving AI a couple of different projects to compare and contrast against each other and give you bullet points on, you know what I mean? That's very efficient. Very, very efficient. Give it 3 white papers. Give it 3 different white papers. Have it compare and contrast the projects against each other. Have it use social metrics. You can have it do all types of shit. It's amazing.
Yeah. I'm waiting for that time that AI is just gonna make like TAs automatically. When TradingView is fully gonna integrate the AI, not some stupid indicator that's making your TAs. No, really integrate OpenAI into TradingView and really makes your whole TradingView artificial. That would be insane.
They've got that AI now. They've got the AI on premium that does the patterns for you, but it
it's not
sucks.
accurate.
No,
It's not accurate at
sucks.
all.
It'll draw every single triangle it finds on the screen.
They start, guys. They start.
All right, let's go.
Or they give you like 3 different patterns at one moment. It's insane.
All right, Powell speaking, guys. Let's see what he's got to say here.
Bitcoin will go to 0.
We are committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the FOMC decided to take
We good on volume, guys?
reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We continue to be confident that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the economy and the labor market can be maintained, with inflation moving sustainably.
My soul meme is ripping.
We also decided to
We got
continue
Powell
to
talking on the
reduce
screen,
our securities
Emac.
holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter, about the same pace as in the second quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has strengthened. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak. Overall, improving supply conditions have supported the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains have slowed from earlier in the year, averaging 104,000 per month over the past 3 months. This figure would have been somewhat higher were it not for the effects of labor strikes and hurricanes on employment in October. Regarding the hurricanes, let me extend our sympathies to all the families, businesses, and communities who have been harmed by these devastating storms. The unemployment rate is notably higher than it was a year ago, but it has edged down over the past 3 months and remains low at 4.1% in October.
Good.
Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years. Total PCE prices rose 2.1% over the 12 months ending in September, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Overall, inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal, but core inflation remains somewhat elevated. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets.
Core inflation being elevated is why we got the 0.25.
Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we're attentive to the risks to both sides of our mandate. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 4.5% to 4.75%. This further recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we move toward a more neutral stance over time. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment.
Yeah, so get at it.
In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting.
Data-dependent bullshit.
As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation is not sustainably moving toward 2%, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can move more quickly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission.
Say it, pal.
We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
That was weak. All right, come on, ask the tough question.
Given the expectation that the election outcome will produce policies that would meaningfully impact the U.S. economy next year, how is the committee taking these proposals into account for upcoming decisions, including potentially the next one in December? And can you give us any more sense of how proactive or reactive the Fed is prepared to be to changes in economic policies with the next administration?
Sure. So let me say that in the near term, the election will have no effects on our policy decisions. As you know, many things affect the economy, and anyone who writes down forecasts in their job will tell you that the economy is quite difficult to forecast looking out past the very near term. Here, we don't know what the timing and substance of any policy changes will be. We therefore don't know what the effects on the economy would be, specifically whether and to what extent those policies would matter for the achievement of our goal variables, maximum employment and price stability. We don't guess, we don't speculate, and we don't assume. Now, just in principle, it's possible that any administration's policies or policies put in place by Congress could have economic effects that over time that would matter for our pursuit of our dual mandate goals. So we, along with countless other factors, forecasts of those economic effects would be included in our models of the economy and would be taken into account through that channel.
Nick.
Chair Powell, Nick Timrose from the Wall Street Journal. Roughly 1 year ago, when the 10-year Treasury was flirting with 5% and 30-year mortgage rates were near 8%, you noted how higher borrowing costs, if they were sustained, could weigh on economic activity. Given that you've said you believe policy is restrictive and the Fed is now dialing back that restriction, are the growth risks presented by higher U.S. Treasury yields today any different from those you identified 1 year ago when inflation was still meaningfully above your target?
Nope.
So I would just say this: we've watched the run up in bond rates, and it's nowhere near where it was, of course, a year ago. I guess the long run rates are well below that level. So we're watching that. Things have been moving around, and we'll see where they settle. I think it's too early to really say where they settle. Ultimately, I'm sure we've all read these decompositions of what, and I certainly have, but it's not really our job to provide our specific decomposition. I will say, though, that it appears that the moves are not principally about higher inflation expectations. They're really about a sense of more likelihood of stronger growth and perhaps less in the way of downside risks. So that's what they're about. We do take financial conditions into account if they're persistent and if they're material. Then we'll certainly take them into account in our policy. But I would say we're not at that stage right now. It's just something that we're watching. And again, these things don't really have mainly to do with Fed policy, but to do with other factors in the economy.
If I could follow up, is the September SEP, are those rate projections still valid? Do they still seem relevant given where we are now? You get halfway through the cycle between the last set and the next set. I wouldn't want to comment one way or the other. Let's talk about the data we've gotten since the last meeting. So in the main, the economic activity data have been stronger than expected. The NIPA revision was stronger. Certainly the September employment report was stronger. The October report, not stronger. Retail sales stronger. So overall, though, I think you take away a sense of some of the downside risks to economic activity having been diminished with the NIPA revisions in particular. And so overall, feeling good about economic activity. So I think we would factor that in. At the same time, we got one inflation report, which it wasn't terrible, but it was a little higher than expected. So I think really the question is December, and by December we'll have more data. I guess one more employment report, two more inflation reports, and lots of other data, and we'll make a decision as we get to December.
Gina Smilik from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our question to Chair Powell. When it comes to December, what will you be looking at specifically as you try to make that decision? And then as of the Fed's economic projections in September, you had written down 4 quarter-point interest rate cuts in 2025. Do you still think that those are likely? Is that sort of the baseline outlook at this point, or has that shifted? And if it shifted at all, can you give a little bit of detail as to why?
I can't. We don't fill out an SEP, and I can't characterize one that wasn't filled out today. So I can't really speak for kind of exactly where the committee is. I will just say for December, we're going to be, again, at every meeting, we're going to be looking at the incoming data and how that affects the outlook. As you know, we're in the process of recalibrating from a fairly restrictive level at 5.33%. After today's move, we're down 75 basis points.
He's kicking the ball down the road to the next FOMC meeting.
That we're trying to steer between the risk of moving too quickly and perhaps undermining our progress on inflation, or moving too slowly and allowing the labor market to weaken too much. We're trying to be on a middle path where we can maintain the strength in the labor market while also enabling further progress on inflation. We think that's where we are, but that's the question we're going to be asking in September and in other meetings. And again, I can't really update you on the committee's thinking because we don't fill out an SEP at this meeting.
Yeah, totally appreciate that. I guess when it comes to your own thinking, do you think that a full percentage point of rate cuts in 2025 is a reasonable outlook?
Again, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait and see how things come in December. I mean, it's just. I would put it this way: we're on a path to a more neutral stance, and that's very much what we're on. That has not changed at all since September, and we're just going to have to see where the data lead us. We have, a whole 6 weeks of data to look at to make that decision in December. Obviously, I'm not ruling it out or in, but I would say
somebody just transferred 666
I would say
BTC to an unknown wallet.
Again, we didn't update the
Oh, yeah,
SEP, so I'm not
really
going to characterize, where the committee would be.
660C. Now, how much more trolling?
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I wondered if you could please elaborate and explain a little bit the two changes in the language of the statement here. In the first paragraph, when you say inflation has made progress, dropping the word further progress. And in the second paragraph, dropping the sentence that the committee had gained greater confidence that inflation was progressing towards its 2% goal. Is there any policy substance behind either of those changes in language? Is it meant to open the door to a December pause? Is it meant to communicate anything about the stickiness of core inflation in the last 3 months?
Not really, no. So let me tell you what we were thinking. So the test of gaining further confidence was our test for the first rate cut, right? And so we met that test in September, and therefore we take that test out. If you leave it in, then it's new forward guidance. It's brand new forward guidance. What do you mean by it? Are you requiring yet further? We have to say yes or no at every meeting whether we've made further progress. The point is we have gained confidence that we're on a sustainable path down to 2%. So that I would tell you is what that's really all about. It's not meant to send a signal. Neither of those is meant to send a further signal. And saying further progress, it becomes a test. We don't want to be. We don't think it's a good time to be doing a lot of forward guidance. There's a fair amount of uncertainty in what I've said. The path that we're on, we do know where the destination is, but we don't know the right pace, and we don't know exactly where the destination is. So the point is to find the right pace and the right destination as we go. And I think there's a fair amount of uncertainty about that. And you don't want to tie yourself up with guidance. You want to be able to make sensible decisions as you go.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, you talked about higher rates, perhaps from an expectation of higher growth. You didn't talk about it in terms of expectations of higher deficits. Is that something you think might be behind the recent rise in interest rates? And are rising deficits a concern to you?
So we don't comment on fiscal policy. And again, I don't have a lot more to say on what's driving bond yields. In terms of policy changes, though, let me give you a sense of how this works in the ordinary case. Let's say Congress is considering a rewrite of the tax laws. Doesn't matter what's in the content. So we would follow that. At a certain point, we'd think we see the outlines, so we'd start to model it. And then we'd wait, and then at a certain point, the staff would brief the FOMC and say, these are the likely effects. There's lots and lots of literature on the effects of tax policy changes on various parts of the economy. So we'd try to get smart on that, and then the law actually passes. And you'd start to you'd probably run an alternative simulation before that happens, just to keep people trying to understand it. Then when it actually passes, it goes into the model, along with a million other things. So we have a very large economy. Many things are affecting it at any given time. And a law change of some kind would go in there, but it would go in. But it would, it's a process that takes some time. Clearly, the legislative process takes a lot of time. And of course, the real question is not the effect of that law. It's all of the policy changes that are happening. What's the net effect? And the overall effect on the economy at any given time. So I think that's a process that takes a lot of time and that we go through all the time with every administration. Constantly, and this will be no different. But right now there's nothing to model right now. It's such an early stage. We don't know what the policies are, and once we know what they are, we won't have a sense of when they'll be implemented or all those sorts of things. So I think I would just say we're not doing that now, and all that will take time, and it will be very much regular order when we do that.
If I could just follow up on Nick's question. Are the current rates something you feel like you need to lean against in that they go against the direction of policy by being adding restriction to the economy, or do you just take them as a given and perhaps a signal that you should do less?
Look, I just think the first question is how long will they be sustained? If you remember the 5% 10-year, people were drawing massively important conclusions, only to find 3 weeks later the 10-year was 50 basis points lower. So it's material changes in financial conditions that last, that are persistent, that really matter, and we don't know that about these. What we've seen so far, we're watching it, we're reading, we're doing the decompositions and reading others, but right now it's not a major factor in how we're thinking about things.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned the positive economic data that we've seen since the September meeting, including the revisions to things like savings, higher GDP growth. We saw stock market jump yesterday. That's renewed some of the questions about why do many cuts at all in this with this backdrop.
So you're right. As I mentioned, and as you mentioned, the latest economic data have been strong, and that's of course a great thing and highly welcome. But of course, our mandate is maximum employment and price stability, and we think that even with today's cut, policy is still restrictive. We understand it's not possible to say precisely how restrictive, but we feel that it is still restrictive. And if you look at our goal variables, the labor market has cooled a great deal from its overheated state of 2 years ago and is now essentially in balance. It is continuing to cool, albeit at a modest rate. And we don't need further cooling, we don't think, to achieve our inflation mandate. So that's the labor market. Inflation has moved down a great deal from its highs of 2 years ago, and we judged, as I mentioned, that it's on a sustainable path back to 2%. So the job's not done on inflation. But if you look at those two things, we judged in September that it was appropriate to begin to recalibrate our policy stance to reflect this progress, and today's decision is really another step in that process. Overall, as I mentioned, we believe that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, we can maintain strength in the labor market even as our policy stance enables further progress toward our inflation goal.
Great. And just to follow up, what might cause you to pause rate cuts in December? What kind of economic data would lead you to that path? Thank you.
So we haven't made any decision like that at all. But we're in the process, as I mentioned, of moving policy down, our stance down over time to more neutral level. And as a general matter,
the market seems to like it so far.
We are prepared to adjust our assessments of the appropriate pace and destination as the outlook evolves. So, for example, if we were to see the labor market deteriorating, we'd be prepared to move more quickly.
Shitcoin right now, selling some of this
Alternatively, as we approach levels that are plausibly neutral or close to neutral, it may turn out to be appropriate to slow the pace at which we're dialing back restriction.
Yeah, I want to see a nice candle.
Decisions about that, but that's certainly a possibility. If you can think of it as similar to what we do with asset purchase, with asset runoff, with QT. So we reach a point where we slow the pace, much like an airplane reaching the airport slows down. And so we're thinking about it that way, but it's something that we're just
thinking about it. I'm telling you, they're going to kick it down to the next one. We're not going to hear it this time, guys. We're not going to hear them talking about stopping the reduction of the balance sheet.
With the jobs reports that we've seen, and you look at the Fed's favorite inflation, PCE inflation, overall it's 2.1%, very close to the Fed's target, but core inflation is 2.7%, and it's been that way since July. So why doesn't this data give fuel to a rate pause for this meeting?
Well, so I think if you look at the 3 and 6 month, you're quoting the 12-month. So we look at all of them, right? But if you look at the 3 and 6 month core PCE, you'll see they're around 2.3%. That's
what happened to
So we look at all of them, and we also look at 12 as well. But what it's telling us is that we
I just made a higher high on
significant progress, and we expect there to be bumps. For example, the last 3 months of last year, the core PCE readings were very, very low, probably unsustainably low. So that's why forecasts generally see a couple of upticks toward the end of the year. On the other hand, the January reading certainly looks like an example of residual seasonality, so that we saw last year. So when that falls out of the 12-month calculation in February, we should see a thing down. So it'll literally be a bump up and then down. We understand that. Overall,
Maker
you see
fees
the
are going to go
progress on
by the amount of
inflation, and you
ARPA you
also
hold.
look at the economy and you say, what is the inflation story now? Where's it coming from? So I point to a couple of things. One is the non-housing services and goods, which together make up 80% of the core PCE index, are back to the levels they were at the last time we had sustained 2% inflation, which happens to be in the early 2000s for a period of 5, 6, 7 years. So they're back to that level. What's not is housing services. So let's talk about housing services. Housing services is higher. What's going on there is, market rents, newly signed leases are experiencing very low inflation. And what's happening is older, leases that are turning over are taking several years to catch up to where market leases are, market rent leases are. So that's just a catch-up problem. It's not really reflecting.
Tell them the truth, Powell. We're
inflationary
coming to the
pressures.
end of the
It's reflecting
18.6-year real
inflationary
estate
pressures.
cycle,
So
and we're in the
that's,
blow-off euphoric
that's,
phase.
one thing. The other thing is I'd say look at the labor market, not a source of inflationary pressures. Where's it coming from? It's not a very tight economy. What is the story about inflation? You see that catch-up inflation also in insurance and several other areas. So you're seeing we're not declaring victory, obviously, but we feel like the story is very consistent with inflation continuing to come down on a bumpy path over the next couple of years and settling around 2%. That story is intact, and it won't be one or two really good data months or bad data months aren't going to really change the pattern at this point now that we're this far into the process.
So you're quickly trying to get to that neutral rate that you see, or do you foresee that you have some time to get there?
Nothing in the economic data suggests that the committee has any need to be in a hurry to get there. We are seeing strong economic activity. We are seeing ongoing strength in the labor market. We're watching that carefully, but we do see maintaining strength there. And so we think that the right way to find neutral, if you will, is carefully, patiently. Again,
That basically means 0.25 cuts from here on out.
To the extent the economy remains strong, we have the ability to take advantage of that as we try to navigate that middle path between the two risks.
Hi, Chair Powell. Craig Torres from Bloomberg. 2 questions today. Did you learn anything about what Americans think about the economy from the election results? First question. Second question. I want to talk about some labor market indicators, and I do so with great respect for your attentiveness to the maximum employment side of the mandate, Chair Powell. So the unemployment rate has been at 4% or higher for 6 months. One of the broadest measures of unemployment is up about 0.5 point from a year ago. Compensation gains are sliding back. The quits rate, a signal of labor market dynamism, has been heading down to that bad neighborhood of the 20 teens. So you have put a marker at Jackson Hole saying any further cooling is unwelcome. It is cooling generally a little bit further. So at what point do we reach what you would describe as a shortfall from maximum employment? Thank you.
Sure. So on your first question, I'm not going to talk about anything that relates directly or indirectly to the election. On the second one, this is the great question, and it's the one we think about all the time. So I'll just say a couple things. There's nothing really surprising here. What we know is that the unemployment rate is low. We also know that it's come down significantly, moved up significantly from a year or so ago. So we've seen a big change upward in unemployment. Sometimes that has meant bad things. So far, it doesn't appear to be. It appears that I wouldn't say that the labor market has fully stabilized, because I do think it's continuing to very gradually cool. But it seems to be in a good place, and our policy, of course, is designed to keep it in that good place, to maintain the strength in the labor market while also enabling further progress on inflation. You mentioned a bunch of indicators, and you're right. The openings to unemployment rate is back to a normal level. I would characterize it more broadly as normalizing. You mentioned wages. Wages are still running just a bit above where they would need to be consistent with 2% inflation, unless productivity is going to remain at this high level. If we see productivity, more sustainably at these high levels,
then that would sustain higher wage gains. So I would say, in fact, you can say it the other way, that wage increases are now consistent with 2% inflation given current productivity readings. But of course, the lore on productivity readings is whenever you see high readings, you should assume they're going to revert pretty quickly to the longer-term trend. That has always been the case for 50 years. But it may be that we're now 5 years. If you look at the NIPA revisions that came out a month ago, we're 5 years into a nice set of productivity readings, which are sustained and very healthy. But overall, it's a good labor market. We could talk about 20 different data series. We'll be looking at all of them, of course. We don't want the labor market to soften much from here. We don't think we need that to happen to get inflation back to 2%.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
He said, would you dip?
Short and quick.
Michael McKee from
Short and quick.
Television.
Nope.
You talk a lot about what the
No,
data
ma'am.
are telling you and how you are dependent on the data. But in terms of forward-looking assessments of the economy, what are you hearing from
He's our
CEOs
best friend.
or other
How
officials
can our
around
best
the
friend
country?
leave the game?
What did you hear today from the regional bank presidents?
Powell is the
about
last adult
what
in
companies
Washington.
and consumers think about where the economy is going from here rather than looking backwards? And does that match up with what your forecasts have been and what you think the appropriate policy path should be?
So it's hard to characterize a really interesting set of discussions we had, and of course you'll see them in the minutes in 3 weeks. But I would say this: I think the comments from our Reserve Bank colleagues and from the CEOs that they talk to are pretty constructive on the economy right now. Pretty constructive, feeling that the labor market is back to normal, to the point where it's no longer that much a discussion topic in their worlds, whereas 2 years ago it was all they were talking about. So they feel like the labor market's in balance. People feel good about where the economy is. Demand is obviously pretty strong, and you're seeing 2.8% growth in the third quarter estimated. Maybe the year's 2.5%. This is a strong economy. It's actually remarkable how well the U.S. economy has been performing with strong growth, a strong labor market, inflation coming down. We're really performing better than any of our global peers, and I think that is reflected in what you hear from what I hear people hear from CEOs. I don't get to talk to a lot of CEOs in my job, but I hear what others summarize from those, and of course I hear the Reserve Bank presidents do a lot of that, and it's pretty constructive overall. Now, that's not to say there are areas of caution and things like that, but ultimately, overall, pretty positive.
Well, to follow up the areas of caution, if there were black clouds on the horizon that you identified as something you're watching, what would they be?
I think it's things like clearly geopolitical risks around the world are elevated, and just as clearly they've had relatively little
it's getting to the
effect on
end
the
now,
U.S.
though.
economy. Now, that can change through the price of oil or otherwise, but people talk about those as something that's on the horizon all the time.
I've basically heard everything I need to
ultimately,
hear.
If you look at the U.S. economy,
but we'll go like two more questions.
And,
we'll
that's what we hear from business people, and expectation that will continue. If anything, people feel next year. I've heard this from several people that next year could even be
this
stronger
kind of
than this year.
volume ever. I don't think it's crazy.
Andrew.
Hi, it's Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I just wanted to follow up on the discussion earlier on fiscal policy. Your predecessors, Greenspan and Volcker, spoke up loudly when they thought large budget deficits endangered economic or financial stability. Will you do that too? And right now we're in a period of full employment. We have large budget deficits and debt at historic highs that are rising. Is that something you'd speak out against?
So, I have said many times, no more, no
If Trump
less
goes
than
crazy,
what,
are you going to say something about
the
it?
predecessors,
That's the question.
You mentioned have said. And what that is that the U.S. federal government's fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. The level of our debt relative to the economy is not unsustainable. The path is unsustainable. And we see that in, you've got a very large deficit you're at full employment, and that's expected to continue. So it's important that we, that to be dealt with. It is ultimately a threat to the economy. Now, I can say that. I don't have oversight. We don't have oversight over fiscal policy. I've said it on many occasions, just said it again.
Okay, thank you. I guess the other question is, to follow up on Victoria's question, do you believe the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
Not what?
Not permitted under the law.
Thank you.
Let me say it nice and slow for you in case you didn't catch it the first time.
From Axios. In response to Howard's question, you said it wasn't an ideal time to give forward guidance because of the economic uncertainties. Can you lay out what some of those uncertainties are and whether or not it includes some of the proposals that the president-elect has put out on the campaign trail? Tariffs, for instance?
No, I was not referring to the new administration's policies.
He's going to
all,
cut it
nor
soon.
will I
It's getting
today.
too political. He's going to
So
stop the questions here and walk out in a second.
As we look ahead, we know, and I mentioned this in my statement, that the risks are two-sided. I guess I should start by saying that we think that the economy and we think our policy are both in a very good place, And but as you look forward, you say, what are the risks? And one risk is that we would move too quickly and find ourselves having moved too quickly, and inflation comes back, and we lost our chance to get inflation back to 2%. So we have to avoid that risk. And to avoid that risk, that means you want to move carefully. The other risk is that we move too slowly, and that we allow the labor market to weaken too much and do unnecessary damage to the labor market and to people's working lives. That says don't get behind the curve. So these two things are the two risks that we have to manage, and so we're in the middle there. We try to be in the middle and deal with manage both of those. Again, the idea is to support the strength we have in the labor market and in the economy, but also with somewhat less restrictive but still restrictive policy, enable further progress toward our 2% inflation goal. This is a thing we're meeting by meeting. We're going to be making our assessment of what the right path is. It's not as important. The precise timing of these things is not as important as the overall arc of them. And the arc of them is to move from where we are now to a sense of a more neutral policy. We don't know exactly where that is. We only know it by its works. We're pretty sure it's below where we are now. But as we move further, there will be more uncertainty about where that is, and we're going to move carefully as this goes on, so that we can increase the chances that we will get it right.
Simon.
All right, we can call it there. Well, two takeaways. They're not ready to start ceasing the reduction of the balance sheet yet. Means they probably kick that announcement down to the next FOMC, which means we don't get quantitative easing until 2025. And he's really sitting on the slow pace. Yeah, I don't think Powell doesn't like Trump. I think Powell just understands that his job is independent from the presidency. I'm telling you, Powell's the last adult in Washington, yo. Careful what you wish for. Well, we definitely didn't see that shake the market too much, right? He showed a lot of confidence in the direction, in the overall direction, which is what long money really wants to hear. Your short speculative money obviously would have wanted a deeper cut. They would have wanted the announcement that quantitative tightening was coming to an end. I'm surprised not to see like an overreaction, honestly, because we've seen them take advantage of less. You know what I mean, to dump. So that part is pretty interesting. But as far as US funds coming into assets, which means traders taking profit on those assets, on those gains that are at all-time high, and then moving that into crypto, we're going to have to wait at least 30 days for the go on that.
Now, wouldn't the 25 base cut kind of be a little bit more bullish, I guess, midterm? Because if they're cutting at 0.5 or these higher rate cuts, like in the past, that was like just signaling that, hey, man, that something's fucked up and they gotta, they gotta fix their
Well,
stuff.
usually they don't start cutting until something breaks. So 0.25 does bring calm. It brings a little bit more calm. It shows, okay, we're not scrambling. But it does mean that it's going to take longer. I mean, it was obvious when he said 1 to 2 years. We're going to get down to 2% in 1 to 2 years. So you got to think, okay, that's 24 cuts. They're not going to be 0.5s because it'll be way before 2 years. There's, in his mind, he's thinking 0.25s with some pauses along the way, which is fine. That's not the problem. As long as we're going in that direction, that's cool. But what we need is for them to start adding to the balance sheet. We need that quantitative easing to come in, for them to start stimulating the market. And it looks like we're going to have to wait at least until 2025 for that. Not that crypto has to wait for that to go, right? But retail waits for that, because that's when retail starts to actually get real life dollars in their pockets. And then that's when they'll come in and degen, So for me, what this tells me for traders is Powell just signaled that people have at least 30 days left to get their positions in before quantitative easing kicks in. Right? If he would have said what we were expecting or what I wanted him to say today about bringing a cease to the reduction, you would see FOMO right now, because that would mean that we're right on the edge of quantitative easing. And if anybody hadn't filled their bags by now, they'd be filling them. So it does buy a little bit of time for those people who might have a plan to try to, get better prices. But as you can see by the chart, there's not a whole lot of people willing to sell their Bitcoin right here, no matter what Powell said.
Shit is pumping. Let's go.
I mean, at the very least, even if it's not pumping, it sure as hell isn't dumping.
If you looked at Arkham in a while, that thing is flying, man.
Nah, Arkham's gonna do well, yo. I saw the thing on the I saw the make a taker fee thing. They got that. I mean, that's, if Arkham can get even a quarter of the traffic that Binance or like a major exchange gets, that's gonna be huge. It's basically the BNB model.
What's the ticker?
ARKM.
It's that Arkham Intelligence that we were watching to follow wallets and stuff like that. The ETF wallets. They're starting an exchange, and then your maker taker fees are going to be based on how much Arkham you hold.
Man, that news came out, it started flying, man. The volume increased by like 600%.
No, that's a big deal. That's a huge deal.
Is Arkham, is it on Sol or is it on ETH?
What is Arkham on? I think it's an ERC20.
Yeah, it probably is ERC20. Yeah, it looks pretty good, man. It's fine.
With an exchange token, that's what you want. You get all these exchange tokens and they're cool, but if holding a certain amount doesn't give you a benefit on trading fees, then you're not going to get that real sustained buy and hold pressure that you get on like BNB.
Yeah, it's high from since it got listed on Coinbase is $3, and it's at $2 and just under $3, like around $2.90. It's at $2.30 now.
Yeah.
Results of the poll are pretty good, Joe. 0.25, 56%. Good shit, guys.
Yep.
Is my mic better now, Dbloc?
Yes, sir. Your mic's
All right.
perfect. For some reason, it just comes in like 7 levels lower sometimes.
I don't know. I think it's just glitching. I put my headset on anyway.
The water broke. It flowed backwards back there.
Man, now I feel like a weight's lifted. It doesn't matter what he said. It's just the fact that it's over. Election's over. FOMC right after election is over. All the spooky shit that could have happened on these 2 days didn't happen, at the very least. The most bullish didn't. You know, he could have come up there and really said some crazy shit. But the fact that he didn't rock the boat too much, everything's straight, gave people confidence in the future. I'm telling y'all, we'll look back on Powell differently than we see him now. Well, I see him this way now. But the future will look back on Powell and be like, yeah, he was the last adult in the room. And even though he has responsibility for how things happened, I can still remember him standing up there talking about inflation is transitory during COVID. Screaming at the screen like, transitory? You shitting me? You know what's about to happen right now? But I get that they were probably trying to keep people calm and all that. I don't know, whatever. But no matter who set the fire, he's done a good job of putting it out and staying to the course through all political pressures, just think of the mandate that he had, right? He needed to slow this economy down at a time where we printed more money than ever in history, right? Where 3 out of every $5 in your pocket was printed in the last 3 years. And everybody ignored him. He'd get up there every week and he'd warn, look, it's going to get bad, it's going to get bad. And the stock market just kept pumping and pumping and pumping and pumping. And he fought all of that pressure to stay to the course to bring us to the point now where we're at least looking like, you know, we didn't go through a pandemic that shut the entire country down for 3 years. So yeah, Future's gonna look at him, and he's really aware of that, right? Because Volcker was his mentor, and when Volcker was in this position, well, the mistake that he made that they ended up fixing was that they cut too soon, right? They cut too soon. Inflation came back, became entrenched, and then we went into a 10-year inflationary period. So him sticking to the course was a lesson learned from that administration, from his mentor. That's why I said that this has always been a legacy play for Powell. Who cares what you think about me now? This is like a legacy thing, what I leave behind sort of deal. I just loved how he cut any sort of speculation about anything happening into his position. Let me make this clear for y'all. I would love to have Powell in here speaking freely. No cameras, no nothing, off the record. I'd even turn the YouTube stream off. I'm sorry, I would have to like join the Discord for that one. Because I'd love to pick his brain and see how he really feels about shit. That was great, DJ. When the chick was like, "Are you worried at all? The prior administration, the future administration to come in and da-da-da." He goes, "No." When's the last time you've ever heard Powell answer a question yes or no with no explanation? A man said, "Nope." That'd be great, man. Yeah, if he wrote like a memoir or something about the last 4 years, I would read it. Straight up. I can't even imagine some of the pressure that he was under, yo. Yeah, look at our aggressive buyers coming in.
Yeah.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What do you think? We're gonna sweep some of that liquidity up top?
Yeah, I
I was
think
waiting for that to raise.
All new highs right here.
Didn't say what, like 30 minutes after FOMC. It's usually when you get to see some action.
I think people are only gonna sit here and watch this thing not dump for so long before they get itchy. The longer this thing stays up here and doesn't dump, and we keep teasing brand new ATHs, somebody gonna pull the trigger. Take a look at the book. Going through all this liquidity. Everybody on headphones. Careful, we're gonna get a loud Mario here. In 1 second. Oh, maybe we did. Damn right. False alarm. Oh shit. Tricked me. Gave me a false sense of security. All right, these are the sell walls that we got to get through here, y'all. Pretty substantial. Quick math. Couple 100 mil there. Look at where all the action in this candle came in. Look at this candle, right? Look at this one buy. This is one buy that moved that. And then you got your trading action here in the wick.
Nice.
That left a nasty imbalance though, guys. I don't have to tell you guys. You know that so many people got skipped. So many people got skipped right there.
Well, I can buy higher.
People are offloading onto cold wallets, man. 43 mil from Coinbase to unknown wallet. That's going into storage. Yeah, Wizard. Price moved too fast through the book and left too many orders. Point of control is at 767. We need to try to push this. 429. What's the closest? Yeah, there's really nothing threatening POC up there. Let me go more micro. That was the 12-hour, by the way, to show you what the last 12 hours have looked like. That looks fine. Looks all right. All right, let's mark out those imbalances. Nine. Yeah, 759 would bring us down through that liquidity. I'm trying to see if this played out already. Looks like it might have. Basically. Bullish would be turning that W neckline into a SR flip. But I think they're going to come grab this imbalances. Too much sitting down there. Too many players willing to jump in the game that got left behind here. Just gonna grab some of these and come back.
I see Arkham going. Have you looked at it?
No, I'll take a look. Well, BLX is 1 day. BLX takes a data update because it's more of a macro chart. But there goes our election day. Remember we were talking about it got that drop out of the way, that election day drop got out of the way before. Almost at that measured move that we were looking at for Arkham. I am in my DCA out zone though. So my first TP is already automatically pulled. But my last TP will be at that measured move of the W. Right there, so right underneath $3. And then I'll be, just to be clear, I'll be looking to come back in on that retrace. Worst case scenario, I come back in where I DC out at. Well, best case scenario, so say worst case scenario drops a little lower and I can get some off of that DCA. But these vectors are gonna have to get paid for. Arkham or not. That vector right there is why I started to DCA at the golden pocket retracement. That target 2 would be like 786. Close. Give or take.
Right at $3.
Yeah, I still think it hits $3 straight up. Don't think just because I'm taking some profits out that I don't think it's going to $3. I just like to feed the chickens while they're clucking, and the chickens are clucking.
Yep.
They want it, so I'm gonna sell it to them.
You know, it's definitely bullish right now. Jesus.
Yeah, there's no other way to look at this chart. I do think that we come back to this trend at some point, and that's kind of what I'm playing off of here. Right, we had trend line respected, pulled away, which is, that's what happens when it gets bullish, but then you'll have your mean reversion. So we'll see. Let's go, Detroit. Nice. That means anybody that has to pay taxes in Detroit that buys some Bitcoin right now, their taxes just got cheaper. Even at these prices.
It's a way to get people to buy Bitcoin, lower taxes.
I mean, it makes sense, right? If you know you're going to have to pay, $30K in taxes, and you know Bitcoin's about to double up, and your taxes only cost you $15K if you buy your Bitcoin now.
Good morning, brother.
Morning.
I have 2 questions regarding 2 coins. One is Psy and the other one is Psy. Both are looking like bullish. I need your advice.
Oh, SCI is one, right?
SCI, and what's the other one?
Xi, the gaming one,
Oh,
XAI.
XAI. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
just
XAI.
programmable.
XAI is super bullish. And Psy to me is like Sui's little brother.
Yeah, exactly. Both are looking bullish, but I need your advice to go for a long or
Well, I
wait a
can't
little
give you
bit.
my advice, but I can look at it and tell you what I think.
Yeah, your eyes are eagle eyes, man.
We got that correction already on there. What's that, like a 382? Yeah, we're back above the 382. Nice golden pocket retracement. Close enough within the margin of error. I think everything's going to have to pay a little bit for these daily vectors. I mean, just across the board. The question is, how much bullishness can we pull out, right? Like I was just looking at Arkham, it's sort of the same thing. This would be like $3 on Arkham, right? So where I was taking profits now, expecting that pullback into this daily vector, it's still not out of the question that you do that and then do that.
Okay.
But that's just on the daily. Let me see on the 5-minute what momentum looks like. You'd be long here already. Yeah, you'd be long from 40. And you're
Fine.
pulling away, so momentum wise, there's no reason to get out of this trade.
The volume keeps increasing too. It's increasing quickly, man. It's keeps on
Yeah.
jump.
Yeah. There's no reason to take profit and there's no reason to think about shorting this yet. So you're kind of like
Because it
middle
tends
ground.
to follow Sui. It's a little brother as you said.
Yeah.
Tends to follow Sui. But Sui already had its time, its moment.
Well, maybe in the short term, yeah. I think Sui still goes crazy, which is something that you want if you're in say you want Sui to have its parabolic run still ahead of it. What was the other one? XAI, right?
XAI Xi Games.
Yeah. I'm a lot more bullish on XAI, honestly.
It's a gaming narrative and I like it too much. I already bought something like two nodes for that. I'm running it.
Yeah, look at the chart. How can you not love this thing?
And it's a little brother for Gala games. That's what I think.
Yeah, we're still in our accumulation down here. We've been here for a little bit. This range. But yeah, when this thing breaks out.
God, this is one to remember when gaming gets hot, man. Holy shit.
Yeah.
How far down it is from holy shit.
I'm just planning to go for a small scalp from 22 cents to 25 cents maybe.
Oh yeah, that's just the top of the range.
Mm-hmm.
You've already. But that being said, when this thing goes, Jesus. So you're gonna have your bullish trigger right here. This is what's gonna send you.
So do you think maybe February, March this can go again back to retest the all-time previous high, 1.6?
Well, from the looks of it, we're not gonna get quantitative easing till at least January. The effects of it.
Maybe March, maybe June.
It's
If I set
possible.
for a, it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. But the alts, you'll see the alts really go crazy as soon as dominance takes a run. And ETH is already showing showing some dominance here. That would be a TP1 or a,
I've been watching YouTube. There's a person, Powell. He was saying that everybody's waiting for the banana phase, and you know, You will be very, very late for the banana phase if you don't get in right now.
Yeah, we've been saying the same shit for I can't tell you how long, bro.
This is about 50, man. We hit 59. Oh, that's good, man. We're going down.
I like this. I like for me this would be a like the way I'm playing this long-term play because I'm not holding for over a year, so it's going to be short-term capital gains. But I plan on taking profit and repositioning at each one of these levels. Right, so
And
from where we are now to level 1 would be, close to a 2x, and then I'll take some out.
crazy gains.
Yeah, then I'll take some out. But then from here to take 3 is, you're talking 4.5x.
Yeah, I'm running 2 nodes for that, and
7x.
I'm not taking any profit out of it. I'm just accumulating more and more Xi from the nodes reward that I'm getting.
Yeah,
I'm planning to sell maybe October.
yeah. I like
And
it. It's sound.
I also have one more question. I was trying to, try to follow you, but these candles, these hollow candles, I cannot. I mean, the way it's portray on your charts.
Uh-huh.
I mean, like I cannot set it like the. You see the hollow candles right
Yeah.
now. I see the solid candles on my chart, same to same. But this hollow candles, I don't know how you set it.
All I did was I went to where is it? Hold on. Pretty sure that oh, that's not it. Did this so long ago. I'm trying to remember how I did it now. Setting. Okay, but these aren't the ones. Oh, okay. It's in the indicator. It's in the yeah. It's in the trader's reality. That's what it is.
I turned on my mic to tell you, but you got it right when I was gonna say it.
Yeah. So these usually will come in the up candles and down candles will be like gray. So all I did was so all I did is I brought them down and I made them blue and purple just because I wanted the vectors to stand
I
out
did the
more.
same, but I don't get the hollow effect which you are.
Well, okay, so then what I did was that's like that, but then on your outline, on your regular settings, the borders. See what happens when I switch borders off? How it loses that hollow setting, like that hollow feel. So it's the borders. I kept the borders green and red.
I also did the same, but I don't know. Not getting the.
Did you bring down the opacity? You got to bring down the
I got it.
opacity on.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
It's same to same like you now.
got you.
I was about to say I had the same issue, but it's because I had a different indicator that was messing up the colors. But it seems like you figured it out.
Thanks, brother. Thank you very much.
No problem, bro. A lot of it is just it's just taste, right? It's just whatever work, whatever you can stare at all day and it doesn't drive you crazy. For some people this might suck. For me it just works.
Yeah, but the visual order is something like different.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, try to highlight the important, important things.
And one more thing, I just added the liquidation levels by Leviathan, but
You're gonna need to fix
the
that.
lines.
Yeah, you're gonna need to fix it. Here, look. Just pull yours up and look at my settings real quick.
Yeah, I was just trying to copy. OI volume is set off 1.5 is the same. Half, yeah, it's the same.
This turn your liquidation bubbles off, your market order bubbles
Liquidation
off,
bubbles is off.
turn all
Everything
that
is
off.
off. Only checked. Yeah, it's the same.
I
And
put my lines to solid, and I put them
solid.
at 2.
2. Yeah, I set it
Colors.
on 2.
And then these right here will give you the definition.
1.2 to 3.512. Yeah, it's like the same. And what about 150, 30? And mode 1. Yeah, it's like the same, but you know, when I click it, it's not similar to your lines. It has some kind of difference, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it could be. Number of lines, 400. Max number of lines.
Number of lines, 400. Yeah, similar.
Okay. Yeah, that should be good. Everything else would be the same on style. There's really nothing to change on style. Yeah.
Style is one, yeah. And when I try to, you know, match, there is some sort of difference in lines. I don't know why. Maybe did you choose the different color by default for the lines, or
Oh yeah.
it's just
No,
like
my
by
colors are different completely.
yeah.
These are the colors I chose. I went for more of like a heat map sort of look.
Oh, okay. Blue and purple and pink, yeah.
Yeah, I need YouTube to give me a different role for DJ. He needs like a news reporter cap. Little press pass or something.
Yeah, I just copied it. Thanks.
No problem, brother. But I tell all of y'all, man, everybody in the group, everybody's got a different edge. You know what I mean? Not everybody's gonna do TA. Not everybody's gonna, you know, if you're somebody that finds yourself in the news cycle every day and you're doing tons of research on news, like that's, you know, that's a benefit to the group. But yeah, I've got a little bit. DJ's been with us for a minute, so I've done enough back checking on his on his stories to where I just go with it now. But yeah, I always verify. It's just a good heads up. Long term long, short term short, Sergio. Yeah, we've got some imbalances that we got to clear here. There's some big money came into Bitcoin there and really threw a wrench into the books. So we've cleared 3 of them already. We've got 3 more, and then we can sort of revisit and see how much damage is left underneath. So far, so good though. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink.
Bring 18 like I recognize that sound. Trading View is going to be starting the Black Friday deals soon.
Yeah, when are they gonna start with it?
Oh, just know soon.
Okay.
Let me take a look. I don't know if they posted anything. They don't have anything about it yet, but comes every year.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be November 29th or something.
November 29th, that'd be late, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought so too, but I found like a link.
Market maker really is a thing of beauty when he gets going. Yeah, I got you. We were talking about that 5-minute scalp strategy earlier. We'll do it right here on Bitcoin. And we'll go back to the last long entry. So this is your long entry right here. What you're looking for is for that 13 EMA, the orange EMA. 5 is the yellow, 13 is the orange, and the 50 is the blue. You're looking for that 13 EMA to cross the 50 with one candle of confirmation. And then you literally just ride that trade until the 13 crosses back over the 50. Right, so you wouldn't have got faked out here. You wouldn't have got faked out here. Here especially, big fake out prevention here. Right, anybody not trading the strat would have on the break of that 50, big vector candle down through the 50, would have probably exited position. If they didn't exit here on this, you know. But the 13 never crosses, so it saves you, and now you're still, you're still in the trade. That's what we're waiting for now, right? To see the momentum shift. Once the momentum starts to shift negative, then we know that we're starting to top out.
The 60, man. Diamond's at 59. Get this go. Coming down quick.
But that's basically it. TLDR. Yeah, over the 50 EMA. Your same entrance, your same trigger for your entrance is your trigger for your exit. But by the nature of the 50 EMA, the longer that you're in the trade, the 50 moves up with it, right? So if the 50 is basically your stop loss, right? Because that's when you're getting out of your trade. If your 50 is the stop loss and it's trailing price, then you've got a trailing stop loss for all intents and purposes. A lot of exchanges don't offer trailing stop losses, and I think that would save so many people. So this strat kind of lets you develop your own trailing stop. And that's a successful one, right? Let's look at a not successful. Let's look at a not successful trade. So any trading strategy, any short-term trading strategy that you use is meant for trending markets, right? Whenever you find yourself ranging like this, in and out of the 50, in and out of the 50, that's how you know you're ranging, right? If price keeps going above the 50, back below the 50, above the 50, back below the 50. you can still trade the strategy in these ranges. Like, let's say you don't want to learn what a ranging market is, although you should, but you could still trade them, and you'd get out at minimal losses, right? So like you'd get in here, or actually you'd be getting up higher, right? One candle confirmation, and then that trade would have invalidated for you here, right? So even when you're trading when you're not supposed to be, your losses are minimal if you stick to it, you know? See here, come up, little bump up, basically exit at the same spot that you entered because you're ranging. Now, if there's a big enough range, it's cool, right? If you got a big 5% range or something, yeah, you can go crazy on that. But even in these ranges, right, catching a short here, then you would have took profit here. But when you start to trend, right, that's where it's powerful. So it's a way to catch the trade. Let's say you don't know when we're gonna trend, right? Let's say you're new, you don't have any idea how to watch the charts, you have any idea when this thing is gonna turn around. Just getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. Eventually you're gonna get in and the price is gonna go. It's a sneaky little way that I kind of found to teach risk management for people who don't like the idea of risk management because they think it's boring and slow and, you know, but it kind of makes you have really tight risk management. If you follow the rules, just like everything else. Because people will take this strategy and they'll start to get creative. And they'll find things that give you a little bit better of a better entry, a little bit better of a better exit. But yeah, it can bite you in different circumstances. Yeah. With experience, you can do that. Obviously, I don't trade this strategy just deadpan. You know what I mean? Point blank. If I am, it's because there's 4 trades running on the side, aside from my regular trades that I'm not paying any attention to, and it's just quick like bread and butter plays. But the other tools in my toolbox are what tells me, you know, you don't have to wait for that. You can take it here, take some here, take another one when it breaks. But for people that are new that haven't sort of accumulated those tools yet, it's a good way to keep you out of trouble and keep you in a trade.
So as a relatively new trader, you should focus on like the 50 and 13 line.
I mean, if you're just getting to the point where you're learning support resistance, you're learning your patterns, but you don't want to sit on the sideline while you're doing all that learning, yeah, you should wrap your head around momentum. And that's all this really is, right? We're watching the momentum of price and we're watching the points at which that momentum shifts.
Yeah.
That's all. And then that's going to be the basis for any other trading strategy that you use. I don't care if you're trading patterns. I don't care if you're trading fibs. I don't care if you're trading GAN fans. I don't care if you're trading Elliott waves. Having a good grasp on momentum and being able to quickly look at 10 charts and tell, is this positive momentum or negative momentum? Are we bullish or are we bearish at a glance? Just relative to where the EMAs are, the direction, the way they're pointing. That's, I think, invaluable to new people. And it's a bit of a checklist, right? Even if you don't trade this strategy, let's say you're trading your regular strategy and you're about to get in position. Okay, quick little checklist. Where's the 13? Has it crossed? Is it showing weakness? Does it look like it's going to cross? Is it over? Has it held support? Like, these are all things that'll add confluence to what you're, you know, what you're thinking already. But it will save you out from tons of fake outs. And by fake outs, I mean, you know, that one thing that we all love where you get a great entry and then you take profit and then the thing just keeps going for 2 days. And you're like, oh shit. Just go back and look at your old trades. Your last 5 trades. Go look at your last 5 trades, look at it on the 5-minute, pull up your EMAs, and then see if you would have made the same decisions or see if maybe it would have saved you from getting out too early. It would have, you know, helped you not get in too late. It's very practical, not like all this other shit that you hear on YouTube. Like, it's great, like it all sounds good, but when you sit down in front of the computer to trade, you get analysis paralysis because you're brand new. This dude on YouTube just gave you 17,000 indicators to watch. It's going to take you 10 minutes to go through your entire checklist. By that time, your entry's gone. You know what I mean? It's just not practical.
No, I started trading, or at least I started practicing trading like 2 months ago. And I like blocked out a lot of YouTube stuff because it's just like so much indicators and so much bullshit.
It's too much, bro. What they're trying to do is convince you that this is too hard for you to do. At the end of the day, what these YouTube channels are trying to convince you is that they're smarter than you. You'll never figure this out. You don't have enough time to figure this out. You might as well just tune in every day and see what I have to say. That's what it is. That's why they overcomplicate the shit.
Yeah, man.
Nick, I'm using Trader's Reality, but any EMA indicator that lets you set 3 EMAs will work. If you're already using an indicator that has an EMA ribbon or something like that, you can just set it to the 5, the 13, and the 50. But I'm using the Trader's Reality one. Just be warned, if you get Trader's Reality, it comes with a lot of excessive shit that you probably don't need. I turned most of it off. Only thing I have on are my vector candles and my EMAs. And like daily open, shit like that. Psychological ranges. I appreciate that, VJ. A lot of good traders, man. There's just honestly not a lot of good traders that do YouTube. And I understand why. I'll be completely honest with you. Like, even though I've been streaming my chart for a while on the other channel and doing most of this already, just the extra stuff, having to reset the stream, having to set your overlays, having to, do all of that, it does take out of the trading time. It takes out of research time. I promise you, I'll probably stay up for an extra hour every night just to catch up on research. So I understand why some traders, like I'm trading, I don't have time to do this shit. But I baby stepped into it, so it's not that big of a sort of thing for me, right? We've been doing this on Discord for a minute already. The only difference is pressing the button and being on YouTube. I appreciate that, VJ. Appreciate you for being here too, bro. Y'all could be anywhere on YouTube. A million channels.
Well, thanks, bro. I appreciate the explanation, man.
Yes, sir. If you have any questions, once you start using a strategy, start implementing it, you come with any questions, let me know. I'm always here. So.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, that friend of mine was in this Discord server. You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because I was like searching like through the entire YouTube, trying to find a good starting point for trading, and then he explained me, yours. So I just went with it, and now I'm here.
Yeah, let me know how it works out. I always like to hear the results from that type of stuff. Even if it doesn't work out for you, let me know, and then we'll figure out what went wrong.
All right, thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
See you later.
Hey, yo, brother, what do you think about the 800 EMA that comes with the Trading Reality? I've been doing some research on the side about it, but do you use it?
Yeah, I use the 200. I mean the So when I went to the New York Institute of Finance, right? So I audited TA masterclass there, and these, like, all they're teaching these idiots, bro, is literally the 50, the 200, and the 800 mean reversion. That's the number. I'll save you all the money in the world. 50, 200, 800 mean reversion, and then they dip into liquidity lightly. Like, it's not even really. And I thought I was gonna go get some sort of like serious master class where I was gonna get the keys to the universe. You know what I mean? But these institutional traders are really simple, because the point is that they need steady returns, right? They don't keep their job by making 1,000x. They keep their job by ensuring that 10x back to back to back to back to back, or that not even 10x. I mean, we're talking like 15%. 15% year over year annualized on legacy, and you are the man. So the reason I pay attention to it is because they're paying attention to it, right? So that means that their orders are going to be there. They'll be aiming for those levels. And then once you remember that it's all 50 EMA mean reversion, right? If you're on the 5 minute, the 50 EMA on the 5-minute is the 200 on the 20. You get what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And then so like it's all, so even if you're looking at the 800 EMA and you're seeing mean reversion to the 800, you could just flip through the time frames and find where that 50 is, and then come back to this fight.
Right.
5, the 13, and the 50. You know.
I kind of felt you could do that. Yeah. I'll start practicing.
Yeah, but mainly for me, it's the targets, right? It kind of works like Let me turn all this shit off. Hold on. So the way the mean reversion works is, like I said, so this is the 50 on another time frame. This is the 50 on another time frame, the 800, right? So if we're watching on the 5-minute and the 13 breaks the 50 and you get the retest and it retests bearishly, then you know you're going for the 200, right? You know that on another time frame you're getting that mean reversion to the 50, which on the 5-minute is symbolized by the 200 EMA. If that breaks, then you know the target is the 800. And then in between, obviously, we put our support, our resistance. We look for the liquidity. We look for what's going to let them get that measured move or not get it. You know, but we know that those are the targets. And the expansion in them, right? The bigger the gap, the more of a chance that you're going to get that mean reversion. So if we go like on the hourly, see the mean reversion for the 50 is at 74. Right? Bunch of vector gaps on the way there. Pop down. Now remember, price will revert to the mean, but it can happen in two ways. Right? Price can come down to the mean and then pop out. Or price can go sideways. If Bitcoin goes sideways like this, what happens to the 50 EMA? Right? Bitcoin goes sideways, the 50 EMA keeps climbing and then rolling over. So you'll get that mean reversion without price having to come down. So then that's what you have to look at, right? Are we going for a consolidated mean reversion where price just goes sideways and lets the 50 catch up? Or are we going for a price reversal mean reversion? So if you look at on the hourly, when we had this move here, big vectors pulling away from the 50, huge separation. Look at the separation between the 13 and the 5 and the 50. And then you start to consolidate. So right here, you're looking at it and you're like, okay, we're going to come down into these vectors and test the 50. But instead, price goes sideways and the 50 catches up. See what I mean? So it's like, do you revert to the mean or does the mean revert to the price?
Right.
And then finding out, just like figuring out that sort of dance on each specific move. There'll be signs, you know. There'll be signs, and it usually comes down to what's in between. If you're looking at that 50 and there's nothing but pure red 100x liquidations between there and the 50 and it's full of vector gaps, chances are that price is going to come down to the mean, right? But if there's nothing but air there, there's no gas to get the price down there, nobody's willing to sell, then you know, okay, they're probably going to hold this sideways as, you know, as the mean comes up to the price. Yeah, RH. 5,280. That's for your macro. It's all about balance, y'all. It's all about balance. And that's why we pay attention to the market maker, because they literally get paid by exchanges to provide balance to the market. And not only do they get paid by exchanges to provide balance, they provide liquidity. So they have personal motivation to provide balance, right? Because they need to get their money back. And then in that mix, you throw the whales, you throw the institutions, you throw the nation states, you throw the degens that always want price to go up, right? And then your shorters, your bears, your short sellers, your perma bears that always want price to go down. And it's that dance between those four entities that give us price action. Whole lot of psychology. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the degens are the most predictable though. The degens are the most predictable, but leverage does move the markets. You guys don't want to be in this without leverage. Can you imagine trading without short squeezes?
I've been watching dominance, man. It's coming down.
Yes, sir.
Done with the quickness. Keep sitting this way. It's gonna be at 58 in no time.
Not gonna keep saying I called it, but I called it. That ATH push is the last push for dominance. So as soon as Bitcoin gets over 74, you get that last push on dominance. But we'll see. It really is still too early. Because if Bitcoin goes on a solo run here, it's gonna take dominance with it. Yeah, we're getting close, Sergio. We're getting close. Let's just put it like this: in a year, when we pull up the chart and we try to put a line where alt season started, it'll be around this time. It's just we're too close to it right now, so we can't see it. We're not going to see the effects. But what a TA guy is going to do when you're asking him when alt season starts is he's going to look back, and he's going to see where dominance peaked out at. And he's going to draw a vertical line right there, and that's going to be alt season. You know, that's the start of it. Yeah, I mean, my TP is between my TP right now is between 81 and 82, and I expect to hit that at some point next week. But like I said, Powell just bought everybody a little bit of time with that speech. Everybody that thought maybe they were too late and quantitative easing was around the corner and it was just about to rocket without them, they've got a little bit of hope right now. So the problem with that is the guys that like to FUD the market and drop the market and play all of those games, they've got another 30 days to, they've got another 30 days to kind of try to do their worst. What's going on, Drake? Yeah. Plenty of liquidations down here. I mean, like I said, the imbalance is sitting right here. We're already in a downtrend. There's plenty of liquidations to get us there. You would have to see these shorts really start to get aggressive. And you're going to see it happen here soon. Price will come down and clear this. These guys here are going to start to degen. And then they'll get whipped if they degen hard enough. That's what you want to see for the pivot. You want to see the leverage guys really start to step on the gas here. This should be the playing field as of now. Well, you guys know how this works. It's Thursday, right? So we're in midweek reversal. So let's go back and run the weekly cycle right now. Every time we get to like a daily checkpoint on the weekly cycle, I like to kind of run back and show y'all what I mean about the move. So we'll go back 2 weeks. Weekend trap, false move was up. True direction of the weekend was sideways, right? So Monday we popped up, cleared those longs, went sideways Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday we had our midweek reversal, right? Price reverses, comes into Friday for the weekend trap. Trapped the longs, went into the weekend trap, trapped the shorts on Saturday, and freed them on the false move Monday, right? So the same false move, similar. False move Monday, down this time, right? All that means is 1 day of down, and the 3 days, the 3 prior days will be the opposite direction. So if the price is down for the false move, the 3 days could be either sideways or they could be up. So we had our 3-day climb, and now it's Thursday, right? So now we're back in midweek reversal territory, which means between now and Thursday, between now and Friday, we should move in the opposite direction that we've moved this week, which is kind of what we're looking for, that correction. And then we're going to go back into the weekend trap. So if I have to future trip, again, don't do this. I'm just doing this to show you where my head's at. If I had to future trip, we'll come down somewhere in these ranges, clear out these liquidations sometime today and tomorrow. We'll have a pop-up on Friday that traps the longs, maybe hit ATH again. And then we'll come back between the two, wherever price closes on Friday, where CME closes on Friday. We'll come back to that range and we'll get trapped for a couple days, and then we're going to run it again. And again, like last week, I want that false move to be down. From now on, we want those false moves to be down. Liquidity sweep out of the weekend trap, blast out. Liquidity sweep out of the weekend trap, blast out. That's where my head's at anyways. I don't know, brother. 61 is kind of sketch. I think our 55 floor moved up to 65 personally. That's how I'm playing it, Dom. I'm waiting for the retracement. I might play something into Friday, right? So if we get this move down, because we know we're gonna have to trap longs going into the weekend trap. So on this retracement, I'll be swinging at it. Probably on this clear of imbalances, I'll be swinging at it. But the next push to all-time high, I think I'm going to take profits and just wait for the weekend. I'd rather not trade over the weekend right now. Oh, 71? Yeah, 71 is possible. That's where our large vector gaps are sitting. And that's the end of the liquidations. Our 50Xs end at about 70. Our 25Xs end at about 72.1. And then at that point, you're in the vector gaps. But I'm just giving worst case scenario here because remember, we're bullish as hell. And all it takes is for FOMO to kick in for this thing to just go crazy. That's what I was saying like a month ago, that we're entering the part of the market that can get pretty irrational. You know, that saying that time in the market beats timing the market is meant for these sort of times. All right, I'm going to leave it right here. I need to go get some food real quick. But we're going to leave the screen right here, and what we're watching is for them to clear that large order book imbalance underneath and these liquidations. If the shorts, like I said, get froggy and start coming down a little deeper, they will tempt market maker to go up and get them. So we could still range here for a while. But all in all, yeah, a whole lot of sideways. Yeah, I'm just going to go make a couple burgers. Make a couple burgers. I got some good rest yesterday, y'all. I was running on fumes. I'm not going to lie. Leading up into the selection, your boy was running off of fumes.
Man, I just talked to one of my customers. This cat, like, he moved. He bought a bunch of Teslas. He moved. He's like moving on up. And dude just got like his 15th 3D printer. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? He said, man, I just started like printing out Deadpool and Wolverine helmets. It's making a killing.
That's how you know you're getting money.
Yo, I need a hustle like that. I'm ready to get off the truck.
All right, that looks good.
What happened? What did you do with all those printers?
Those helmets aren't cheap, bro, especially the real detailed ones.
Printing helmets.
There's this Iron Man one that I want. It's metal, bro. You put it on and you talk to Jarvis and it opens it, closes it, goes into attack mode. Super nerdy shit, but I need one in my life.
It's not metal. They do have metal 3D printers now, though. They have wow.
Trying to set this up so it won't go off the screen until I'm done eating. I think we'll be good right around here. We'll leave the 800 EMA underneath as a catch in case that imbalance gives us a sweep. All right, I'm gonna go make these burgers. I'll be back, y'all. Hey, Seb, thanks for the sub, brother. I appreciate that. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yep. Dump it. Bitcoin sucks. Let's go 40K.
I'm almost done, y'all. I just came to fix the chart real quick. We ate that imbalance and hit our invalidation on that drop, so we're gonna go after these liquidations.
Yeah, coming down hard.
Yeah, that catch and knife filled and got stopped out. I'll be back. I'm almost done eating.
Retail, retail, retail. I feel bad for the retail top buyers.
What's going on, gang? How we doing?
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, for you long-term guys, we're starting to come down into those liquidations. For you short-term guys that we were playing this earlier, we came back and got that large order book imbalance, but we broke structure. Right. Broke structure, came back right now, retested it, bearishly retesting. So the knife has to wait. But that's the game, right? You swing, tight stop loss, doesn't work out. You wait for the next setup. As far as the long term goes, I haven't pulled any of my election day position just yet. Any of what was left, the 20% that I took on election night, other than that, everything else is still sitting. What I was going to do was put some back in down into this imbalance and ride up these liquidations. But it broke down, so that order got stopped out. What I'll be waiting for to pull the rest of it is going to be more on the hourly time frame. I'm looking to see if we come down and explore this wick on the hourly. But if we don't hold that 50% of that vector, which is really the reason that I held on to the majority of this trade, was because, hold on, where are we? Yeah, so that 50% retracement. Hold on, cancel. So 50% of that vector we came back and cleared was sort of like okay. You know what I mean? Maybe we can move from here. But I will peel some profits. Today's FOMC meeting, like I was saying earlier, what it tells me is that it was a signal to the market that they have 30 days at least to still try to jockey for position before we go into quantitative easing and everybody gets left behind. So we'll see. I'm still interested in getting into like a higher, a lower high situation, like play something up to 76 4-ish and then reject. But if we just go down to the 50, that's fine with me too. What I'm really looking for is to get the least amount of retracement would be pull up and then come down. And then by that time, the 50 will have moved up. And worst case, we just got, you know what I mean, the whole vector. Decent doji on the 5 minute. Like I said, off of the 50, so that still got me holding in. Had we come down and break that, I would have been pulling major parts of my position. Excuse me. And again, these are the levels, right? Let's take all these liquidations off. These are our important levels going forward. The top of our range, 76. That's 74.7 support. Resistance flip. We can actually pull this down. 74.5. And then the bottom of the range would be 72. Underneath this, you're not talking bullishness anymore, right? Underneath this, you're talking a deeper retracement that takes at least a month. But for right now, that's within the bullish area of play. I can't tell you to stay in a short or not. I don't know where you're in from. But if it was a quick scalp, yeah, you should have took profit at daily open. If you're trying to play it out longer, you know that the true signal, the momentum shift will be when the 13 crosses the 50, sorry. And that would have to, price would have to go up to like 76.1, 76.2 for that. So I don't know if you're willing to give that much back just to find out if you should still be in, just a hard call to make. Damn. Damn, yeah, you had a rough one today, huh? Well, I think we go lower, personally. Like, I'm getting ready to pull more of this position. I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but I just know with ranges like this, when you deviate, if it comes back into the range and we bearishly retest the way we are now, hold on, we can get rid of this imbalance since it's gone already. You see how we came down into the range and we've bearishly retested it? If we don't get it back above this level soon, we're going to the bottom of the range. I always tell you, when you're in a range, when you're in a range, you'll get these deviations, but usually if you get that deviation, you'll come back down and eventually you'll get an equal deviation to the bottom side. So if we can't climb back above this now, then yeah, I'll be taking profits and I'll be looking to get back in. My next time would be somewhere between old ATH. At some point, our old ATH is going to have to get turned into support. I mean, we had a little bit here, but a good solid retest turned into support. Would be kind of a big technical signal for people to get in, for some traders. All right, so we saw the W play out and all that, right? We had fun on the micro earlier. Let me get rid of that because that looks ugly on every other time frame. so now let's just watch. Let's just watch this break of trend. Again, that shift of momentum we're looking for is the 13 crossing the 50. I don't have a whole hell of a lot of faith in this push, by the way, just being clear. We'll watch it to watch it, but bearish structure is already sort of peeping in. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm back out.
Let's go. The dominance shot right back up, man. It didn't take long. It's coming back down. Maybe if some of those crypto rules will change with Trump as president, like freaking like that exchange actually seems pretty cool, but no U.S. citizens, no U.S. citizens, like everything else.
We shall see. Yeah, I like it, JJ. Just like anything else, though, right? Misuse is the issue. But when used properly, yeah, it's just a good way to keep track of the channel.
What's that?
The pitchfork tool. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Pitchfork tool. I keep looking at 280 for Arkham. I think, yeah. Short term 280. Let's go!
I'm back, yo. Well, Logan, for me, the main thing is them cutting interest rates. Them starting to cut the rates is just a signal that the money printer is about to turn on. And that's really what ends up affecting crypto. We've never had an inauguration day come in lower than an election day on Bitcoin. We've had wild shifts in between, but
I guess on the regular Arkham exchange, people were earning points or something. I guess with the new trading exchange, after 30 days, you'll be able to trade those Arkham points, Arkham tokens. That's pretty cool.
that's dope. Guys, I know everybody's excited about the election, but this bull market was going to happen no matter who got elected. I think it's dangerous to expect anything more than what we usually get just because of one person. But it's going to be a lot easier to get there with Trump than it would have been with Kamala, that's for sure. At the very least, we can assume that choke point, 2.0 is over. That attack from the US government on crypto should at least be on pause for the next 4 years. And that's good enough for me. That, and then sprinkle in the Bitcoin strategic reserve, But I don't think we start to see. Remember, all that's important now is the catalysts that take place in the next year. I don't know if we start seeing the push on Bitcoin price from that strategic reserve right away. But I'll tell you one thing, if he's smart, he's going to load the hell up 2026 at the bottom of the bear market. And that should be what really, you know what I mean? That sort of inflow would be crazy. Officially holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet. That means whenever we go into quantitative easing, we don't have to worry about, like right now, quantitative easing means money's going to flow. That money's going to make other people money. Those other people will use that money and put it into crypto. But once we're buying directly for that strategic reserve, when the government goes into QE and starts spending federal funds on assets, that'll be like direct Bitcoin buys. Nuts.
Or Bitcoin sells.
Yeah, I hope. Knock on wood. Don't break the cycle. You know what I mean? Just follow the cycle, guys. Sell at the top of the bull market and buy at the bottom of the bear.
Yeah, because with the oil strategic reserve that they had, every time they would release oil from the reserves, it would contribute to the price drop of oil.
If the bill goes through the way it's written right now, they can't sell for 30 years. It's input only, because the only way that they can sell is to pay for the debt. Like that's what the slush fund is for, basically, to get rid of the national debt in 30 years. So that's just inflows. It's like a burn wallet, you know, like the U.S. burn wallet. But
I still think having debt is good, man. I think people are
it's too much. It's too much, though. It's way too much debt.
Yeah, but yo, think about it. It's like
it's good for us to carry debt, but
yeah, we're gangster. It's like who cares, you know? It's like who's gonna come knock on our door and say, "Give me my money back right now," you know?
Nobody.
I don't know. It's sounds bullyish, but I think the higher the debt is, the more credit you have too, you know?
The problem is then you get people forming against you. You know, that's how you end up with BRICS coalition getting big. Everybody starting, and the more people that are sort of on that side, the easier it is to start the drum beat. I don't know. This is going down regardless. You know how I feel. We're not going to be the strategic. We're not going to be the world reserve currency forever. But I'd rather go down in a nice gradual decline than to do some dumb shit. And
you never know. I mean, it seems like the operation might be that we might become the empire. You know, that the one world government might be run by people that were running the United Nations, like the Rockefellers and the Schwabs and all those guys. Like that, it might still be a branch of kind of like an agent of America that ends up being the world government.
I don't know. At that point, the whole title of American doesn't mean anything, though, right? When you get to that.
Well,
like,
yeah, I think that's probably where we're
just,
going to be
yeah.
in like 20 years. That's going to be, I think, the mission, like to 20, 30 years for, there to be like a League of Nations type of ideology. And, that's going to be the authority, not America.
We got 33 countries signed up for BRICS right now. Remember when it was just 6?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, very polarizing. It's going to be like who's with BRICS and who's not with BRICS.
Yeah,
it's going to be very, very
access,
polarizing.
We'll call them the axis of evil. They'll call us the evil empire.
Exactly.
But, again, we've been saying this for 2 years now. We haven't seen a response from the U.S. yet, and that would worry me if I was in BRICS. You hear about this BRICS unit that they're coming out with?
Yeah.
Interesting shit.
Good, what I like though is both, the Chinese president and the Russian president both, congratulated Trump, and I think they both, like, even China, they know it's like they can make more money, getting along with America than fighting with America, and I think America could get make more money getting along with China than fighting, and I think both sides know that. But yeah, I still think it's like the whole mission right now from like the powers that be, like the actual people that have real influence in the world, is to create a one world government.
We shall see. I just plan on having enough money where none of that shit matters. That's my goal.
Oh yeah, well that's the whole thing. It's like once you got credit and money, you're good, you know.
Yeah.
But it's the whole thing with like preserving that diversity, preserving languages and cultures. That's like I think that's the hard part of doing something like that. How are you going to make a world government but still be able to preserve all of the languages and all of the cultures?
Yeah. How's the cycle broken, Robert? How is this not exactly like the last 3 cycles? You think because the alts haven't taken off yet that makes it any different than we're literally just getting Bitcoin dominance topping out now at about the same time that it topped out in all the other cycles. I think what it is that alts make so much money during the bull market that people just think that it goes up and to the right through the whole thing, and it doesn't. I mean, you get resets through the whole entire thing. And then as you get to Bitcoin approaching all-time high, alts take a back seat, Bitcoin moves, Bitcoin all-time high tops out on dominance at the same time that it tops out on USD price, just like we saw happen. And then you start to get that money flow out. 6 out of every $10 is sitting in Bitcoin right now. Well, you could stay Bitcoin heavy for the rest of the run if you don't have faith that the alts are going to do well. But in my opinion, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. I've seen this dance too many times. For you to tell me that alts aren't going to do anything, for that to be true to me, I'd have to look and say that there's no speculation in the market. And even with ETFs, this has been one of the most highly speculative bull markets that we've had so far. The problem is that there's a lot of bets, right? 2,000 coins every day coming out of just pumped out fund. So if we're talking about memes and all of that garbage, then yeah, I agree with you. Most of them aren't going to do shit. Most of them have probably already seen their highs. You're not wrong there. BTC is the ultimate meme. You know, all projects need 3 things. They need meme, they need religion. Excuse me, hold on. They need meme, they need religion, and they need use case. Right? So the use case is obviously what it does. The meme is what makes that different than anything else. And the religion is the community behind it. Bitcoin has all 3 of those. When you look at meme coins, they tend to have 2. They have the meme, they have the religion, but they don't have the use case. And then you look at really, really good you look at really good utility projects that didn't move during this run. It's because they had utility and they had meme, right? There's something that made them stand out from the other utilities, but there's no religion, right? There's no community there. Everybody jumped ship because it wasn't moving. So it's finding the balance between those 3 things. Well, it's Thursday, so we're in midweek reversal. So yeah, I do think it'll go higher, but I think we've got a couple days of retracement ahead of us. I can't answer that question, Fox. I don't know how much money your friend has. I don't know how much time they're willing to sit and wait. In my opinion, Bitcoin's got a double up in it. From 75 to 125, 150. But yeah, it's not early anymore. That's for sure. It's all about perspective. If you're satisfied with just doubling your money and you're willing to wait a year for it,
Daily open.
Yeah, you saw how we came back and we tested that old daily open before the new one.
Yep.
Yo, Dbloc, got a question.
What's going on?
Remember my weird little DSO that got down there at like 315?
Yeah.
It's ripping up there. I'm just wondering if I should properly maybe just get out of the whole darn thing, or if it might have a little life in it. DSO.
I feel like if you're asking, you know the answer to that question already.
Well, but
How
it's
high? How high are you in profits, percentage wise?
30-something%. But I'm just wondering though, if I really scooped it at the bottom, should I just sell or just hold it?
Non-financial advice. Take profits, man. Take profits. God damn it.
I was waiting for Drew's voice to pop in there. I mean, like I said, I'm looking for Bitcoin to retrace. Like I could look at it, but honestly, if I'm looking for Bitcoin to retrace here, everything else is gonna come with it, even if it doesn't drop a lot. DESO.
Yeah, DSO. Yeah, down there at 315.
Yeah, I mean, what I do in those situations, take profit, and then if Bitcoin does keep on pushing, then you just reposition if you really like that coin and you have some kind of special attachment to it. But you made your 35%. No, move on to the next one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The way that this thing is, you see how this thing spikes up and just comes back home.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. It's at the end of its wind here.
Well, it does when it goes back home. It doesn't tend to do it slowly. Like these retracement candles aren't very kind.
It's gonna tap at 5
Right,
right
it
after
tends
that.
to take back a good portion of the move on the very next red candle. I don't know. Like I said, unless this is one of your high conviction coins, take it when you
take profit and run.
take it
Thanks,
when you got
Kmart.
it. Yeah.
I'm gonna take profit, run.
And no matter what it does after, who cares, right? Cool. Somebody else made money on it too. Congrats.
Straight up. All right, thank you.
Yep. And remember, you don't have to be all in, all out. Take your initial out of anything. You really think that it might have a potential, you're just getting some sort of inkling that it might go, just take your initial out so it's a free, it's a free trade on the house. None of this is financial advice, by the way.
It's damn good financial help. Thank you. It's just just an opinion in the right direction. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Market sessions. Got a little bit of time left in this gap. But once we come into the Asian session, wherever we're at, we're probably going to stay within 1 or 2% of that range. So any sort of explosive move here, whether it be down or up from the whales, remember we talked about the 4 participants. When it comes to the whales, this is where they play. And this is where the market's just running off of market maker algo, right? Not a whole hell of a lot of market maker participation here. Every once in a while, the algo will kick in, but nothing really to stop any potential moves. So Asia will come in at 8:30. So we've got about an hour and a half left in the dead gap zone. After that, it should get kind of predictable as far as where they're going. We'll just start reading the signs. We'll let Asia set the range, and then we'll take a look at UK and see how UK trends it. That'll give us a better idea going in tomorrow. Keep coming down, dominance. Listen, when Benjamin Cowan stands up and says he's taking off his Bitcoin maxi hat, you know he's not the only one. People have made really good money in Bitcoin to this point. Got in at 15, got out at 76, 75, and now they get to take those profits and buy whatever alts they've wanted, Told you a lot of people just put all of their money into Bitcoin at the beginning. That's what you denominate your wealth in until you get to this point in the market. Some people bitch and say, you're leaving some money on the table because you're not getting the best price on your alts, but you're doing it with so much more profit that it doesn't matter, right? It comes out in the wash. That's it, bro. Stack up on BTC, ride it up, keep a little scout bag on the side to get in on alts that are moving. Then when you start to get by the, close to the halving, take your profits on that in May, buy back for my birthday, ride it up for that break of all-time high, take profits, buy some alts, sit on your butt and kick your feet up for the next year. And then rinse and repeat. It's easy, yo. People really overcomplicate it. You can do a bunch of shit in between, but that base play, that base trade got to be on point. Yeah, I did the same solo on some of my alts that I just there's no way I couldn't swing at them at the prices that they were. But I have to be honest with you. Even some of the alts that I bought on the dip, when I look at the BTC pair, they continue to go down on their BTC pair, which means technically, if I would have just kept the money in BTC, took it out right now and bought it, I'd have more coin, even though I'd have it at a higher average. But you know, hindsight is 2020. Yeah, Tensor is like I believe Tensor is like Solana's like OpenSea competitor. But on that 85% drop though, when we got that drop on the alts, remember I came in here and I was like, we gotta pay attention to what's strong against Bitcoin. I'm only going into coins that are showing relative strength against Bitcoin. So there's plenty of coins that, yeah, that was the bottom. And even if you had your money in Bitcoin and you went to buy it now, you're not gonna have as many coins, because not only did they bottom on USD price, but they bottomed on their BCC pair as well at the moment. Ayaz, we can see it, bro. Don't spam it. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I do like Fed at 30, honestly. I just don't want the bot or one of our mods to flag you. Nah, I like it, yo. Listen, when I'm holding, I got a bag of fat. So when someone comes in and they're super hype about a project I'm already holding, I definitely appreciate the enthusiasm. That's what you want to see. You get nervous when you stop seeing it. Yeah, when we first started off, it was like a year and a half ago now. When I first got into the AI narrative, I couldn't figure out if I wanted to get into FET, Singularity, or Ocean. Right? Those were the three that I was betting against each other. And I decided to go equal weight in all three, and then they merged, bro. You were to talk about right place at the right time. Yo, and I got that merger news. I said, excuse me, what's merging? All my bags? All my biggest AI runners are merging? Stop playing with me. Yeah. Yeah, that was epic. And they're not done, apparently. From what I hear, they are bringing in smaller AI projects. They're just gonna gobble up the market, bro. They're just gonna be like a, well, what it's called, right? Artificial super intelligence or whatever. That's all. The problem with that is, Fox, is that it's always gonna happen, bro. And when normies start to feel comfortable to buy, that's like a sign, right? Nobody wants to buy when it's uncomfortable. So I'm sure when you told him about it back in the day, and he looked at the price, and he looked at everybody talking shit, he was like, yeah, nah, I don't know. But the fact that he's comfortable enough to even consider it now is a little scary, right? This is when retail comes in and just starts selling the house, selling the kids.
We're getting the girlfriend to tell herself.
Yeah, whatever. You're monetizing what you got.
Yo, baby, why don't you go get back on that OF real quick?
And then the money starts flowing in and it's different. Then you're cash apping your girlfriend's boyfriend some money to take her on a date so she can get out of your hair so you can do some trading. You're like, look, take her somewhere nice, bro.
Yeah, straight up, I got a fill-in boyfriend. Be taking her to yoga and shit.
That's funny.
I ain't doing no fucking yoga. I'm like, yo,
you want to go shopping and shit? Yo, go right ahead. Knock yourself out. Watch yourself, though. Out of here quick.
Okay, shit. Take that off my you. I don't even give a fuck. Say, nah, baby, I'm playing if you heard it. You know I'm playing. I'm just playing.
I gotta go dig into the news cycle at some point tonight. Yo, I haven't even scratched the surface today. So much misinformation coming through, bro. Oh my God, the promises that I've heard. Trump is gonna do this. This is gonna happen on day one. And I'm like, where y'all getting this from? TikTok. Oh boy.
Yeah, mostly TikTok.
I'm gonna set people up for disappointment, yo. Like this shit is gonna be great, but we need to tone down the expectations a little bit because we're getting to the point where we can have an amazing run and the country could do great for 4 years, and there's still gonna be people disappointed because they didn't get gold Lambos and unicorns.
I got a little bit of alpha. There's 40 monkeys that got loose from a lab that are highly contagious or something in South Carolina, some kind of research facility.
Great.
And they're running around South Carolina with some kind of contagious diseases. So that might get interesting. That might be some alpha.
If you're in South Carolina, stay inside. Not monkey advice, but if you see one,
yeah, they look
leave
cute,
it alone.
But
Just
leave it alone.
leave it alone.
Got the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of Elon stuff. I'm getting a bunch of like fake official looking documents on, oh, we got this leak from the Department of, Government Efficiency, da da da. It's like, yeah, they're working double time right now.
Yo, Alex Jones is going to be Trump's press secretary.
Oh my God, stop. Don't say that. Yo, did you see who his chief of staff is? That older lady? She don't look like she mess around, yo.
I was about to say, yeah, if that's her, yeah.
I saw an interview with her, and she said that they asked her what her biggest challenge is gonna be, and she said that she's dedicated to keeping the circus away from Trump. She said Trump isn't the problem. The problem is the circus that he surrounds himself with. So like she's gonna concentrate on like Oval Office, like who actually gets access to him and who doesn't. Like we're not gonna have the guy from the mattress guy sitting in the Oval Office talking about conspiracy theories and shit. You know what I mean? Like all of that shit.
Even like his kids, like I mean, he shouldn't have his family in the cabinet. If I was him, I'd be like, nah.
It don't look good. It just the nepotism. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
Yeah, just don't do it. If he does that, he's stupid. Like he'd be smart just to be like, all right, am I getting any of my family members involved in this? Let me just, do my thing right.
Yeah.
Hey, I think he had Ivanka was like his advisor. Her and her husband was his advisor last round.
Advisor and lover. I just think that if as long as they can keep that away, but the problem is that he's been through during his last cabinet, he went through 4. He went through 4 chief of staffs. So I don't know. I'm about to go on Polymarket and see if there's odds on her keeping her job through the whole, because I don't think the odds are very good of her keeping her job through the entire administration. Trump's not the type of guy you're gonna tell no too many times. And she seems like she's gonna try to rule like with an iron fist. You know what I mean? So I see a power struggle there in the future. Yeah, she looked like a strong-willed lady. Which probably what Trump needs in his life, really. To be honest with you. Melania ain't standing up to him and telling him nothing about how he acts or what he's doing or what he said or whatever.
I don't know, man. Those European chicks, man, they get rough. They're tough.
But honestly, no shade. She's looked like a prisoner for the last 6 years. Anytime you see her, yo, she's like blinking Morse code, like help, help.
I bet you, man, their son though, man, he's gonna be. It seems like they're plotting to get him into politics.
Yeah.
The the youngest one, Baron.
Yeah, they keep him clean, and they keep what's the other one? I can't remember his name, yo. The American Psycho looking one. That's just what he
Baron?
looks like, yo. Yeah,
Baron?
no, not the one that's always on Twitter. He got his
Oh,
favorite son, the one
John
that's always
Jr.
the other one, the one that looks like
John Jr.
yeah.
John Jr.
So that guy, I think they keep him quiet because he got skeletons, and they're worried that if he opens his mouth, one of them shit's gonna fly out. But Baron, I think I think Baron's probably being molded for something in the future.
Yep.
For sure.
They're saying that Baron is the one that's heavily in crypto.
Yeah, Trump said it. Trump gave him the credit for sort of getting him more interested.
Well, no, Don and Eric actually were in crypto a lot too, especially Don. Like Don was really into it also.
Yeah.
But they're also saying that Baron's going to be the Antichrist.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little weird looking kid, man. I don't like to talk about people's kids, but if you're public, I guess your kids are public too. And let's just say if something was to happen and they showed the picture of a kid and you looked at it, you'd be like, yeah, I see that. I can see that.
But he's the tallest one. He was the tallest one on stage, so I think he's 18
Bro,
now.
that growth spurt is insane, bro. You go look at the last inauguration and look at how big he was. That growth spurt was crazy. In like 2 years, he had a 2-foot growth spurt, if not more, 3 foot maybe.
That's what happens when they put baby blood in your
Yeah,
diet.
it's that
Adrenochrome or
that
whatever they call it.
HGH in your cereal, that human growth hormone in your
Yeah, right.
in your Kool-Aid. Nah, there is a height that you can get to where it starts to get unhealthy. You see it. Like if you start going into like the tallest people in the world sort of shit, unfortunately they don't live long.
You get this one of the biggest whatever, not doubters, debunkers of the Pizzagate, Comet and Pizzagate thing. I think it's ABC or NBC, one of the big news stations. He just got busted for like child porn and child rape or something. And he was like one of the biggest,
That's
like
always
people
the
were like,
case. That's
yeah,
always
man.
the case,
He was
bro.
getting so many retweets and like reshares of his videos of like how Comet and Pizza, whatever, Pizzagate's fake and stuff. And he ends up being one of the dudes.
Pumping, baby, we're pumping.
Let's go, Rockets.
Let's go.
I ripping.
Yeah, they better do it now. Let's go. Let's see what they want. Well, we know what whales want. Whales always
No,
want.
they got to do it before 2025 because we dumped in 2025, baby. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie, dude. The trades are so much easier on the way down. Even if you're spot trading, like just to catch like a little dead cat bounce every now and then when you're dumping, like those are the easiest trades in my opinion.
I mean, I feel the need to trade daily and shit like that too, but that's why I keep like that small bag on the side. Like the easiest trade is buy something at a low valuation and just sit. That's not even a trade, it's just an investment really at that point.
Because buying falling knives are dangerous, but when it's like when you're buying a falling knife and you're only in that position for like 1 minute, like those trades are so easy. Those falling knife trades, just like bang,
Yeah.
you wait for the big red, and then in and out real quick after the big red, and that's it.
Yeah, I make sure that if I'm trying to catch a falling knife that I'm very clear about it. Like earlier in chat, I was like, I've got my shit set from 76 to 75, but I'm trying to catch a falling knife here. Wait for confirmation. People are gonna be so mad at ETH, Mike. Mark my words, bro. Oh my God, that rally is gonna be hated. The entire way up, they're gonna FUD that rally. People forget, yo. People look at price action and think that that means anything when it comes to what ETH is gonna do. They ignore total value locked.
Yeah, ETH is definitely going to do good, but it's just a lot of the things. I mean, the blue chip, not the blue chip, but the what was it? The not strategic, the real world assets that BlackRock was trying to do or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's going to help it a lot. But
Hell yeah.
there's a
Hondo
lot of,
and
like a
Pendo.
lot, yeah, but a lot of I think that initial kind of bullishness for ETH because there's so much going on with NFTs. There's so much minting going on ETH, and a lot of dApps getting created on ETH. This last year, the production of dApps, people publishing dApps on ETH compared to Sol and other chains, dropped drastically. So, I mean, I still think ETH is going to do great. It's going to blow shit out of the water for a little bit, but it just seems like ETH got to really do something to catch up with Solana's transactions and low fucking gas fee. Something. It's got to figure something out.
Look at, I got ETH on the chart right now.
Because NFTs were helping ETH a lot, man. Now there's no really NFTs are dead basically.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you know what, when ETH was trying to prove itself, right, it needed to show daily transactions. It needed to show a lot of volume in and out. It needed to show use case. And NFTs gave that to ETH, right? NFTs proved that it can handle it, gave it use case. And that's why we have the amount of FTV, I mean, of the TVL that's in ETH right now. So all the total value that's locked in staking, lending and borrowing, and all of those DeFi protocols, that's why ETH is going to succeed. It has nothing to do with whether people are going to buy it for speculative reasons or not.
Right, but a lot of those DeFi protocols, my theory is if ETH doesn't do something quick to figure out to make the transaction less heavy, these dApps, they're going to slowly migrate to things like Solana because it just makes more sense.
The thing is, they go where they technically they don't have an issue going anywhere, right? You can run a lending and borrowing protocol or a staking protocol. You can run that on any blockchain. They go to where the money is, right? So if ETH is holding the lion's share of money, and you want to go on a blockchain and have a lending protocol, you're gonna go to where the money is. That's why everything goes to ETH.
Well, yeah, for lending protocols or I guess things like that. But there's also, imagine you want to do an exchange, and on the exchange, for your exchange also does airdrops and a lot of interactive.
Yeah,
things
some of the retail shit is definitely gonna move off chain.
Yep, exactly. All that stuff that needs a lot of movement.
Yeah.
It's just not feasible to all that movement on Ethereum. It's you can't. There's too much money lost.
Yeah.
When you're moving so many things on that layer.
But when I go to a businessman and I say, "Hey, Bob, I need you to put 50 million in this. We'll get you 14 to 20% in a year." But oh yeah, by the way, there's gonna be about $180 worth of gas fees.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, that's.
They
for
don't.
Things like that,
They don't care. They don't care. You know what I mean? And that's the majority of the value that comes into ETH is that it's the big dogs, and even on memes, they don't care. They don't. They're trading $10,000 worth of a meme. They don't care. They have to pay $100 for gas fees, even on the most extreme or, whatever. But yeah, for the average retail that wants to trade $50 worth of a meme and take $7 off the top in profit, and he's got to pay $15 in gas fees, it's unusable.
Well, but then when you want to get a million of users, a million of retail users to use a protocol, it's still for that protocol to be more fluid, it's going to want to run on Solana.
If they don't go down, remember, ETH still, the thing about ETH is that it's proven right? So the reason that the total value is on ETH isn't necessarily because they're the best chain. It's because they're the safest. So people don't hesitate as much locking up a couple $1 million on a protocol on ETH versus something on, Solana or Sui or anything else at that point. Really, that's why Bitcoin DeFi is so interesting, because there's maxis that don't even trust ETH, but now they're gonna have all that access on Bitcoin layer, and that's even safer in their eyes. So it'd be interesting to see how all this shit plays out.
Yeah, I think if I was a hacker, it would probably seems like Bitcoin would be harder to hack than ETH. Like ETH just has so many more moving parts that might give more vulnerabilities.
Yeah, you just hit a bridge or something. You can, on ETH, you don't even have to hack ETH. You can just hack a bridge or a DeFi protocol or just some sort of on-ramp or off-ramp or something. But just the security of the blockchain, that extra little bit that Bitcoin got, because it's still proof of work.
Yeah, right now, if I was like, I had to move something, or like, let's say $1 million, or I wanted to keep it somewhere for a week, and I only had two choices, Ethereum or Solana, I'd definitely put it in Ethereum. If it's like something, that I'm just like, I'm not interested in a trade, I'm just need to like store this value, this buying power a little bit. But if I'm looking for price action and things like that, I'd still probably lean towards Solana a little bit.
Yeah. Or even just to send. If I had to send $1 million, I'd send it on ETH. If I had to send $1 billion, I'd send it on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Just to show the little extra bit of security that you get, with Bitcoin versus ETH.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, so now Coinbase came out with a wrapped Bitcoin on Solana. That's pretty interesting. Designed by them.
Yeah, of course. In what situation would I send Pepe?
Pepe's pretty secure. I mean, Pepe's secure too. The code's already renounced. It's locked in, so there's no vulnerability. It's as secure as Ethereum is, if you really think about it.
It's fun to send your friends shit coins. Like if you got to pay a debt or something, you owe somebody some money. It's just a nice little, oh, what I owe you? Here you go. It's 10,000 Pepe.
I wouldn't be scared to send $1 million in Pepe.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not playing with $1 million like that.
I mean, it's as secure as Ethereum is,
Yeah, I mean it's on Ethereum, so it's not like the network is the issue. But I just feel like you're tempting fate to do something stupid to you.
Yeah, right.
Like, you think, you don't, okay. You don't respect this $1 million, cool. Because we were looking for some money for some karma we got to pay over here on the other side. We're going to take that from you. We're going to give that to this village.
Yeah. Looking back, man, I wish, I don't know, sometimes, man, I think the universe gives you signs you got to follow.
Yeah.
And before I fumbled that $1 million play, $2 million play, Pepe play, I was getting all of these signs from the universe. I was seeing, I saw this little ceramic frog in the grass that had no place there. Every time I would burp, I would sound like a frog. I'd see all these frog things. I'd see this one beetle look like a frog. It's just frogs everywhere. I just didn't follow the sound. Why are there frogs everywhere? It was just one of those things the universe was trying to tell me, stay in that position. And I didn't listen.
But then it's perspective, right? Because somebody else could see those same signs and be like, "Oh, damn, the universe is telling me to get out of this."
That's
I
true.
see frogs everywhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, you'd be saying the opposite. If you stayed in and it went to 0, you'd be like, "I can't believe I ignored the universe. It was showing me frogs everywhere. I should have just got out of that position." It's all good, man. Sometimes I look at it like when I hit a big, when I mess up a big lick like that, I look at it like maybe I would have killed myself with that money. You know, like who knows? Maybe I would have. Hey, let's go celebrate and let's go fly to so and so, and then yeah, gone. Everything happens for a reason.
If that happened again, I'm like, I just can't take it anymore.
Crispy. I don't think Link's value anymore is in the Oracle space, solo, unfortunately. But I think it's more valuable now because of CCIP than it ever was as an Oracle. Pith is superior tech. Right? There's a I think it's a 2.5 3-second delay for Link's Oracle. Right. So right now most dexes use Link's Oracle. You go on a dex right now and you're going to buy something, you put in the price you want, and then every 2 or 3 seconds you'll see the price catches up and changes, right? And it'll say, oh, price is updated. That's how long it takes for Link to update the Oracle, right? That's the price action that comes in from Link. Pith's Oracle updates 1,000 times a second. Majority of new projects are all using Pith as for data. But the true value comes with CCIP with Link. Oracle is, in my opinion, that's one of the most brilliant pivots. As soon as a competitor came in the market, they put their plan into effect that they already had anyways to move into CCIP.
Solana just got to 200.
Nice.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, Solo, it was a great pivot. It's a great pivot. That's what you call that crack business team.
It did not break 200 though. It touched it. Actually, no, it touched 199.95 on Binance.
On Bybit, it touched it. 200, 20014.
Yeah, Binance has the most volume.
I'm playing on Bybit.
All right, well, we recovered that vector. You guys see the pink vector here that we left behind. Price came up, cleared it. And leave the majority of that liquidity. Right about there. So that's our range, right? Those are the ranges we're going to be playing in between. Unless we hold, but I don't think there's much chance of holding here. Unless they really just try to make one last push before Asia comes in. And then we'll have to figure it out. Right? Because we're going to be putting an M pattern in on a larger time frame here. You can see it here all drawn out, but if we put in a higher low here, I'm sorry, if we put in a lower high here, then we'll be putting in that M pattern, and that measured move would take us through our liquidations. Damn it. That's the retest of old ATH that I was talking about today. Just as a good technical retest. We got a good break of ATH, more than a break. But we haven't had a good solid retest of it yet to prove that we don't want to be underneath there. So this is only valid if we break here. Actually, hold on. Let me draw it out so that we don't have any misunderstandings. Now, if we hold and keep pushing, then obviously it's not valid, right? But watch for the higher low here. I really need to go get some coffee. Watch the lower high here, right? Any high that we put in underneath this peak, underneath this supply. And then watch for that support to break at 754. Yeah, sleepy. I feel like I'm the sleepy one right now. I might have got too much rest yesterday.
Ty хевша, Motor, хевша, kurwa, mon pir.
You got an open mic, brother.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
That's very good.
Yeah, Doug. I had to take that day off yesterday. I was scrambled, bro. It's almost like my brain knew that the election was over and that there was 24 hours day between 24 hours left between the election and FOMC, and just refused to even think. It was like, nope, we're turning off. All right, so we can save ourselves this drop if we don't break this demand, right? If this demand holds at 754, then they won't sweep this liquidity. But chances are, if we come back down underneath this range, we get that close, they're going to go for that sweep. But just pay attention there. You got 2 points where this could turn around from bullishly. Where we're at right now, it could pop out and go, or it could come down to the demand and go. Let me draw a little representation of that, though. Hold on. And this is just for anybody in longs that's looking for a sign of when things are going to, you know, what could happen here to keep them in check. For me right now, least probable, but those are our exits, right? Those are our 2 escape points from not having to go to this liquidation high. Basically, look at it like 2 exits on the highway, and you've got to watch to see if market maker is going to take them or if it's going to keep going down the road. Clear?
Hello.
What's going on, brother?
I want to ask you a question real quick.
Yep.
I want to know, like, what price do you think is your, like, the value of Bitcoin? What do you think will be the, like, the right price for each coin?
You mean at the end of this all? Like at the top of the market?
Yeah, kind of, like.
I think we
for
get
life or for.
Oh no, well for
this
the next for this cycle, I think
next year.
Yeah. For
Next 4 years.
Yeah, for this cycle, I think we get to like 115, between 115 and 130. I think is a good middle of the road. You'll hear people say a lot more, and you'll hear some people say less, but I think shooting for like between 115, 120, 125, 130, something like that. But long term, you know, once nation states get involved, if we really get this Bitcoin strategic reserve, each one of our enemies automatically will start one. I mean, pretty sure China and Russia already have theirs going. But where the U.S. goes, other countries follow. And if people see the U.S. having an issue with their dollar to the point where they're willing to strategically hold Bitcoin, then I think that sends signals across the market. So if we're talking 2 to 3 cycles from now, I mean, I don't know, 125 this cycle, come back down to maybe like 30 or 40 at the end of the bear market. The next one maybe 250. But we're barely just going to get a double up on this one, right? We're at 69. If we go to 120, 130, 140, then we got a double up from the last bull market. And we're getting diminishing returns. So you got to assume there's going to be diminishing returns. So I'd say maybe 200, something like that. Eventually, we'll run flat. You know, eventually we'll get to the point where we're only getting like a 4x off of Bitcoin during a cycle. But I think there's a non-zero chance that we get to $500,000 before that happens. And then eventually into the future, $1 million plus.
Yeah, I was thinking almost the same numbers. I feel like this year soon it's gonna be like 100,000. Some people don't know like all its value. That's what I think. I mean, and the countries are the worst because they are playing right now. And I kind of like understand how they're thinking because I know probably soon, like next year or in 2 years, less than that, we will run out of Bitcoin because it's not too many to be mined left. So it's just like 1.3 million left to be mined, and China is mining all the Bitcoin. So that's why when their market open, they are selling because right now probably they want to have the cash to get different like minerals like oil or
Yeah.
gold. I don't know, but US don't have that much, I think. So they are buying when they open because right now it's cheaper than ever. Probably in the next month. It's probably going to 40K. We don't know, but US want to play games right now. They are buying high, selling low. They are just trying to get all the Bitcoin they can.
Yeah.
That's what I
It's
have
an
been seeing all these
accumulation game.
days.
I've been saying that the country that wins this game is the one that stops pretending that their dollar is worth something and just starts printing their currency and buying Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And that's it. But Wizard, yeah, I mean we can get a supply shock, right? That's the maxi goal. Countries start to buy and hold and not sell. Supply goes down to almost nothing, and then those of us that are holding Bitcoin that are willing to buy get to name our price. But the truth of the matter is, there's always somebody willing to sell Bitcoin. It's just liquid. There's too many traders. You know,
Yeah,
so eventually it will slow down and it will look more like the S&P, which isn't a bad thing, guys. I mean, by that time we've made tons of money in Bitcoin. Our money's just sitting in there accruing, and we're trading higher volatile sort of alts at that point, you know. But yeah, when you look at the money in the S&P, or just look at the trillions that go through Forex every day compared to the money that's in Bitcoin, there's still a big leap in our growth curve ahead of us to catch up to other assets.
I was thinking on, like, let's say the dollar is going really low because people right now that Trump is in the White House, they feel like it's gonna be more usable, like useful or something. People is gonna try to use it more often, more legally, probably, we don't know. And they used to start printing dollars like crazy, like the same amount that they used to give Ukraine money, they can print it just to buy Bitcoin,
Yeah.
while the dollar is worth something.
Yep.
If it says start losing like worthiness or something, they don't care because they are doing something with that.
That's
exchange
exactly my
of
point.
value.
That's how you win. Honestly, that's how you win. You put your pride aside, you realize that Bitcoin is sounder money, and you take your country's future into consideration, and you just start printing the dollar till it is worthless, and you've got so much Bitcoin that you don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, like for example, if I was like a leader of a country, 76,000 is nothing. I can print that money and get all the Bitcoin I can.
Kidding me? Of course. Just in like parking fees and late fees for taxes, and should just start funneling all of that, extra income into Bitcoin at
That's why
certain
they're
parts,
pumping, I
at certain
guess.
parts in the market, Nah, Wizard, I didn't say I don't sell Bitcoin. I definitely sell Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin, but I will sell that shit so quick. Not only will I sell it, but I'm gonna tell you right now that come August, September, October, as much as I love y'all, I am dumping on you. I am openly dumping my bags on every single one of you as soon as we get to the top of the market. Hopefully you're selling out with me. And if you don't, then I mean, no hard feelings, but please understand that I will be taking profits.
Yeah, I mean, the Bitcoin is gonna fall soon. I don't know why. I don't understand, but it has to go really low, like 33K, 60, 50, 14K. I can feel it. It's like they can say a word like we are gonna ban Bitcoin. No one's gonna be able to use it. Or for example, let's say the U.S. government always were the owner of the Bitcoin, and we lie to you all. So Bitcoin can be like $1 because everyone's gonna lie.
Even with that, you gotta sell off, but there's just too much. Bitcoin's
Yeah, I mean,
already proven it. You got degens like us that are gonna sell our houses to buy it when it gets down to
exactly.
15K. So yeah.
But it can go down really bad.
Yeah, I expect like 30, somewhere between 30, maybe high 20s for Bitcoin during the next bear market. Probably closer to like 34K.
Yeah,
is as low as it'll
just
get.
it's just a matter of a new or something.
Yeah.
Have you heard that Satoshi's identity is supposed to be unveiled tomorrow at 11:30 a.m.?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Man, they need to stop playing with Satoshi before he really comes back and says something.
I guess
He
it was
cannot
supposed
show up.
to happen on October 31st, but it never did. So I don't know.
I mean, if I wanna be like conspiracy theory crazy, like the last thing that I can imagine is like, the people that is in top of us, they always know like the future because they decided first than us. So they probably knew that they had to create a coin and don't give it an owner or something so you can believe, because every time a regular human is trying to give you money or a way to change the world, it's like too much. They can shoot down everyone easily. They could shoot down Bitcoin the first day they heard about it, and they didn't do it.
And it's been, just look at how long it's been, though.
Exactly. So
if they haven't done it by now, what are the chances? Because I'll tell you like this: any of these evil and these plans do exist, right? There are conspiracies. There are people that sit together and they conspire on how to keep you down so they can make money. That's not, that's not like science fiction. But out of all of these conspiracies and all of these evil plots, I haven't made a single dollar off of any of them. And I refuse to admit that they would let somebody like me make this much money and not pull the plug already at this point. Like, they missed their opportunity to come in and really smash this thing already. Like, now the institutions are in. What are you're gonna smash BlackRock? Right? All we have to do now is watch them and make sure they're playing the game with us. But so far they have been. But I don't trust, trust but verify sort of shit.
I mean, for me, everything is getting like in a point. Like for me, at least, I've been following every historic moment in our world right now, and everything is pointing like someone is playing chess too hard with us. Like they are moving every country, every decision, every new president of the next year. Everything is getting on point. I knew Trump was gonna win. I was just like, what are they playing? But if you know all the news about Kamala and everything, he gifted him the presidency, literally. She did a lot of mistakes, Biden too. They were like puppets, like they were just like a show. Trump also the same thing with Elon Musk. It was too easy for them to unmask everything that they will do because we believe them. They are big. They are people that make money. We know them for a long time already. They haven't done a ton of crazy shit that for us they are liars or something. If they like did some mistake or something, it's not really that bad for the moment.
I don't
But the other
trust
ones,
any of these guys. Personally.
I mean, I don't believe them either, but I know they're hiding it too good for the people that is too innocent to believe that they are bad. That's what I'm saying.
At the most, for me, all I can hope and all I ask, right, is just stay true to the greed. Right? Greed is going to be the motivation. Greed's always going to be the motivation. Where it starts to screw me up is when it goes past greed and they start making decisions that are like socially based that just don't make financial sense. Like, just keep it greedy. As long as you guys just keep being greedy and you keep making decisions to make yourself richer, that's easy to anticipate. I know how to stand in front of that and make money. But when all this other stuff starts to become like the main focus, like all of these social issues start to become the main focus, it's like, all right, you guys are trying to pull something else here. I understand that I'm going to do this because it's going to make me shit ton of money. I don't understand that I'm going to do this even though it's going to cost me money for A, B, and C, and D reason. Like, that's where you start to get out of my realm of, you know. So keep it nice and simple. Keep it based on greed, and then I can understand that. Yeah, everybody was kind of nervous about PA. It's funny, though, because it's like, and respectfully, and I make fun of both sides when it comes to this type of shit, but it's funny to see a group of people who didn't accept the election results for 4 years accept the election result in 4 hours. Which is what I was warning about weeks before when we were in here talking. I was like, look, chill with the campaign, you know, cheating and all that talk, because if your guy wins, you got to keep that same energy. But it's just all tribal, yo. We can't pretend it's anything but, you know, tribal soft war at this point. I'm just glad it's over, yo. I can't tell you how glad I am that we're on the other side of that.
I was ready. I thought the apocalypse will start if Kamala win. I mean, I have a lot of like women in my job. They were trying to vote for Kamala, but their decision was based on the news that they seen on TV, all the lies, all the words that they say that they are like half cut. They always cut what Trump was saying, and they were like just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna vote for her because she's black or she's a woman," or Trump talk shit about her and she don't respect a woman, so she's not gonna respect any of us.
My point is that it's on both sides, though, is the thing, because there's plenty of people that just voted for Trump because he was a man and he was white. It's literally on both sides. Like, it's everything's so divided right now that, in my opinion, at this point, neither side has the moral high ground. Not the moral high ground. Whether you're right and wrong about, you know, technically about how you want to go forth in the country, that's a different political argument. But each side has gotten down in the dirt on this one, you know?
Yeah, I work in a school.
I was gonna say, man, I'm just glad that this time around people didn't lose their minds. Like,
Yeah, straight up.
yo, like the yard signs, the flags, the fights, the hats. Like, it didn't, like, people didn't go crazy this time. Like, at least as far as everything I saw with my periphery. Yeah, thank God. That's all I care about.
I saw
And
two
another
old
thing I'm
people
thankful
go
of,
at it in the election line, but honestly I think they were just drunk. They would have probably been fighting regardless, wherever they were.
I was gonna say, and the second thing is, I'm glad that like this time around it wasn't so divided. Like last time, everybody was like really on one side or another. Like people were excommunicating family. This time, I feel like most people, well, the results, like most people were like, all right, let's give the man another chance this time. And I think that Trump is different this time than he was the last time.
Well,
Yeah, he was the bullet.
I think
I don't
Democrats
know.
also realize that. I think most Democrats realize that there really just wasn't a good competition. Like if we're just gonna look at it, just
Oh yeah.
plain facts, it just wasn't a good competition. They didn't do a good enough job explaining to people what she stood for. She didn't have enough time in the limelight. It was rushed. It just, what are you gonna do with that? And Trump's been
Well,
campaigning for the last 4 years, so good luck.
and that's what happens when you got empty promises as a campaign. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Democrats have had empty promises forever,
Bro,
and we're just not.
I still till right now have no idea what I would have gotten if I voted for Kamala as far as crypto taxes, as far as any. I have not even the bad, good or bad. I have no idea what I would have gotten, and that was a miss on the Dems.
Abortion rights and tax brackets and border.
Listen,
I mean,
I'm a
that's
one
all I
issue
know.
voter. I don't care about any of that shit. How are you gonna affect my crypto? That's it.
Amen. And another thing they did was pander to the progressive left, or whatever, the social justice people. Like they just adopted a bunch of their policies and threw them on a billboard and said, "This is what we stand for." No, we know that they don't stand for none of that.
Yeah, I think politically it'll be seen as one of the biggest flops after Bush. After Bush going into Obama, the Dems had the Republicans on the ropes, bro. Like
Mm-hmm.
you were all but out of there. And yeah,
You think?
being too confident, and being too sure that the votes that you have are going to stay your votes, which is always the Dems' problem. If you happen to be in one of the groups that typically votes Democrat, they show you no love because they just assume you're going to, who else are you going to vote for? You're not going to vote for them. So why bother campaigning to you? And that's where they messed up. That's where Hillary messed up. That's where Kamala messed up.
And another thing, they need a smooth talker. Like honestly, like we don't want no more politicians. We don't care about like no name business people. Honestly, the Democrats are just like politicians in name, and like I don't think we want to hear that no more, man. Like we want a celebrity or something. Give us an athlete. Like,
Shit is
like we're
crazy.
done.
Yeah, it's a little wild where we're at. It's a little wild where we're at. Yeah, I voted for Obama. I'll do it again. And I voted for Obama because he was black.
He was so
Damn
smooth.
right.
Like,
even if I wasn't impressed by Obama, he would have got my vote. And that's why I understand women wanting to vote for Kamala. I understand what it's like to not be represented in the presidency for hundreds and hundreds of years of presidents. You look at the lineup and you don't see yourself. Doesn't always make it the best idea, but I will never shame somebody for saying, hey, I'm a woman, my daughter's a woman, she's, she sees her and says, oh shit, one day that too can be proud. Like, I respect all that. That's just not what I used to base my votes on. But, you know what I mean? To each their own. I get the power that comes in that. I just want to be impressed, yo. That's all. I just want to be impressed. When I heard Obama speak at the Democratic National Convention 2 years before they even announced that he was running, I was impressed. I was like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? That's it. It's not just impress me, yo. Remember when you were little and you used to think that they scoured the country for the best person to be president? Like it was some sort of beauty contest where they went through every state and they looked at everybody and they picked the 2 best people and then we got to choose from that. Digibite, take it easy, bro. Let's not make politics our entire personality.
I mean, I voted for him too, my G, but the thing is, when I found out he was related to Bush, it was a problem.
I hear you.
Was it related to Bush Obama?
You don't want to go down that rabbit hole, bro. I mean, you can, but
Yeah.
And you know what? All three of them two, including Prince Charles, they're both in Vlad Tepes' bloodline. That's Dracula's bloodline. The Draconians.
yeah. And they were all in Genghis Khan's bloodline, chances are.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, 1 out of 3 on the planet, something like that? Some crazy number? Man, Genghis was busy.
Now that's dictatorial.
Talk about
Dictatorship.
Yeah, talk about a dictator. Yeah, Google that. It's crazy. Google what percentage of people on the planet have Genghis blood lineage or Genghis Khan blood.
Yo, why you talking shit on my great grandpa?
Right?
Yeah, it's like over 70%.
It's nuts, bro. It's a ridiculous number.
Yeah, no, it's like every single person should have his DNA in them, technically.
Yeah, we all family for real, for real.
What do you think about TRB?
What's that?
It looks like a good deal. Is it trash?
I'll take a look at it. Yeah, Monster, exactly. I love y'all no matter who you voted for. Because I'm a grown-up. That's what grown-ups do. You said TRB?
Yeah.
TRB USDT perpetual. Why does this look exactly like the chart that I was just looking at? Hold on a second. What was I just looking at before this? This is Ethereum. And this is TRB. Basically the same deal with Ethereum, trying to hold that SR flip.
Yeah, but look at that big 280 up there.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. You just got to watch out where we're at. Following Ethereum pretty closely, honestly, so I would watch Ethereum as well.
I'm not. I'm just kind of like contemplating taking the trade.
Well, yeah, you know where where it would be, right? So we're coming down. It looks like they want to grab this last vector down here, and then you'd be at support, right? So we look for entries is a point where our invalidation is obvious, so we can get a tight stop, right? So if you go long here, even if you want to shoot for that 280 that you're looking for,
Yeah, 45 is where I grabbed them.
then you know that you can. What is wrong with my shit?
Oh, Joe, you got in at 45 on it?
Way back when, yep. Right after it took its 600 rip or whatever it was.
Yeah, so you'd be looking at something like that, right? If you break this support, you don't want to. You're gonna come down into this range. Who knows how far down? But if you get in at support, then you know you can have your stop really close. Right? You come underneath these wicks, you probably don't want to be in this trade.
Yeah, that's when I got them in April, right there.
Damn, you took it all the way up there?
No, you said 280. That's not what I'm calling it. I'm just saying if you wanted to ride this up into the bull market, then your entrance, you'd be looking at a 44 to 44 to 1. But no, me personally, I would be looking for probably 149.
Is where I was gonna get out, yeah.
Yeah, about 149 is what I'd be looking. Then you're still looking at a 21 to 1, 22 to 1 risk reward.
Getting interested.
Yeah. No, stop loss specifically, you just want to go check your ATR. Right? You would DCA in this support range. And then you'd want to see how many ATRs underneath the stop you would want to go. But I definitely wouldn't want to still be in this trade anywhere in this range. So that's being gracious. Yeah, I'll get into some other alts when I come back, Preston, but I've got to go take care of the old lady. Dinner time for grandma. I take care of my elderly grandma, so I got to go take care of her in a bit. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
200x.
I'll be back, y'all.
Well, Joe, I might be getting that same deal you got.
Jesus, dump. Occam's making a nice retracement here. Right down 7% from the top. Alright, just let the argument dump in. Almost a whole pump away from earlier. more trading volume right now on Arkham than Doge. It's just crazy.
make it rough.
What's going on, team? Just popping in to reset the stream.
Look at drift.
A drift, you said? Nice. Looks like I had a little move. Very nice. Yeah, it's looking at all-time highs sometime here soon, too. Don't chase that shit, though. I was just saying in YouTube chat, yo, it's like going sideways and it's boring as hell, but it's above old ATH. Feels completely different up here in the 70s. Yeah, guys, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe. We're gonna start the stream over. It's Friday, so you know what that means. We're gonna go into our long trap, short trap setup. It's been sideways all day, but that's good. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, just stopping by saying what up.
What
Hope your
up?
evening's doing well.
Yeah, man, everything's good. Just getting some research done. Getting ready to reset the stream real quick. What you up to?
Oh man, I'm resting like my back. Like I guess working all day and being up late on these charts ain't doing well for my muscles. So I'm probably gonna have to lay it down.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
Yeah, usually I feel it in the computer chair now, but like I started feeling it on the truck and I was like, ooh, I gotta get to bed here soon. Rest it out. But I'm in the charts, just checking things out, seeing what's going on. It's just really boring.
Yeah.
It's looking,
Yeah.
it's looking funny to me.
We're still hugging the
I'm
top of
sure
the range. I mean, we haven't even. The bottom of this range is 73K. Even if you wake up tomorrow at 73K, I mean, from where we came from, you know, can't have no
it's
complaints.
just looking like it's bait, it's throwing bait.
This, yeah, like I said earlier today, I'm still expecting them to come down to this uptrend. So that would basically clear that liquidity. 736, 735, 74, depending on how long it takes them to come down. But that ain't shit. Let's see, we're gonna leave all these liquidations on the chart tonight. That we don't risk, you know, running off the edge. So tomorrow we'll come in. We'll wait for our long setup, short setup. You know the deal going into the weekend trap. Oh man, but we're gonna be setting the trap, in my opinion, so much higher. That's all that matters. That every weekend trap is higher than the one before it. The way to judge if we're uptrending or downtrending. All right, let me go ahead and reset this real quick. Appreciate all of y'all for stopping through. I'm going to restart it. We'll be back in like 5 minutes for everybody that's coming back. For everybody that's not coming back, have a great night. Wake up tomorrow nice and fresh and hit it again. All right, resetting the stream now. We'll be back.